All right, we're getting things just ready to roll here. Be with you soon. And about one more minute out here. All right, we're getting everything wrapped up here, getting ready to roll. Get the music turned down a little bit. And what we're going to do today is we're going to do a little bit of mining on Lyria, and then we're going to head out to the belt to make some money. And we'll get our social media rotator up here. Let's get some stream chat overlay going as well. All right. So we are at Bajini Point right now. We're going to take a quick trip out to ArcL 1 where we're going to pick up our mole. And then we're going to head down to Lyria to see if we can find some rocks. And of course, we're going to outfit our mole the way it should be done. And make sure you hit that 1440p icon on your stream and YouTube. We want to make sure you guys are getting the best possible quality. And I'm playing in 4K and then downstreaming it to 1440p for you guys. I don't have a synchronous fiber connection, so we're bonded to gigabit connections, but unfortunately the upload's only 40 apiece on each of them, so. All right, let's grab our star runner here. We have our paints. We have our armor. And of course, you can't go out mining without your Arrow Gray Cat suit. That's what we're going to be doing today. All right, we got our star runner and hangar 7 here, and we're just going to take a short hop out to Arc L1. And Arc L1 is where all my mining gear is. And we're in the cherry red Gray Cat suit today. Might switch over to fluorescent orange. Might switch over to silver, who knows. But if you're in chat and I haven't said hello to you, say something in chat for me. I'll give you a shout out on the live stream here. But if you're here, it's probably because you want to see some rocks absolutely murdered. And so that's what we're going to do today. We're going to murder some rocks, folks. We're going to assault them, and then we're going to get them. And we're going to start out on Lyria and the Mole first. And then once we get done on Lyria, assuming that things are going well there, we'll head out to the belt to one of my absolute favorite spots that will absolutely put out maybe 500,000 to 750,000 an hour in quantanium output, and that's after refinement costs, of course. And if you weren't aware, I'm using Game Glass today. So I'm powering up, asking for permission to take off. It's all happening on Game Glass on my iPad. And the thing I really like about it, it's, you know, key bindings are key bindings, but here's where it really gets fun. It's on this power allocation. Because we don't allocate power to weapons when we're mining. Look at that, 100% to shields to get those shields up. And then with just a slide of the finger on the iPad, we allocate half the shields, half the engines. And look at this, absolutely out of control Crusader Star Runner skin that we're running tonight. That paint is just absolutely awesome. You know, it reminds me of a camper, like one of those RVs from the 70s with the orange and the yellow on it. All right, let's take off and get moving here. Get our gear up. And what we'll do is we'll just adjust our camera angle here, and we'll just fly around a little bit near Bajini Point since the sun is up. That way you guys can see some of how this beautiful color palette with all these signs. Check this stuff out right here. We'll just flip around, and then we'll go out here. And absolutely gorgeous. You know, Star Citizen, it has its bugs, it has its idiosyncrasies, but at the end of the day, I have to tell you, these guys did a really nice job painting their universe. What a great universe to be flying around in. And yeah, it'll 30k out, it'll have problems, you'll lose quant loads, all sorts of weird stuff will happen, but there is no game on the planet, in my humble opinion, that is prettier than this. And let me throw up the performance overlay for you guys. We're running at 3840 by 2160 on our 12900 water-cooled gaming grid with the RTX 3090. Absolutely gorgeous. Okay, enough of the Star Citizen talk. Let's go and head out to Arc L1 and let's get busy finding some rocks. Now, as all of you know, I have a prospector configuration guide up on the channel. I have a mole configuration guide up on the channel. And that is exactly what I use every day when I'm out trying to hunt up rocks. And Groat, thank you for the sub, my friend. Glad to have you on the channel. Glad to have you as a subscriber. Thank you so much. And if you're on the channel, if you're in the live stream and I haven't said hello to you, it's not because I'm trying to be mean or ignoring you. It's just because I can't see you until you say something on YouTube. So if you want me to give you a shout out on the live stream, say hello. All right, let's get out to ArcL1 real quick. And here we go. Nice thing is we've upgraded our spools or our quantum drive on the Mercury Star Runner here, so things are looking good. All right, and look at that cooldown, fast calibration. And we're going to get the music level down just a little bit here. There we go. That way you guys can hear the in-game sound a little bit better. And before we hit an asteroid, let's go ahead and take control of our ship here and get back to business. Beautiful Mercury Star Runner skin. Love that paint. I think I have like 5 of these paints now, believe it or not. I fly around in the Star Runner so much that it's just, I like seeing it in different paints. So we'll go snuggle up to ArcL1 here, and then we're gonna grab our mole, put a proper paint on it, and then we're gonna get busy on the area cracking some rocks. And if you've joined the stream and I haven't said hello to you, say something in the chat and I'll give you a shout out live on the stream, because I am glad to have you guys here. We are on the rocks with AlphaInfinity tonight, and we are absolutely going to crack some rocks. Lyria, there's going to be some cracking going on there. The belt, there's going to be some cracking going on there as too. We're going to make so much money tonight. Well, we're going to make so much AUEC tonight that we're going to cover the cost of all the upgrades we've done on our ships. And since we had 11 million AUEC, and some of you had 40, and then they took it all away from us, which is very sad indeed. And so here we go. We'll get into the hangar. Nice and slow, nice and easy. Put our landing gear down. And we'll back off the power output so we don't run into the wall of the hangar. But you know, when you're trying to get glamour shots of your latest Star Runner paint, and then you bounce off of things, that's kind of what happens. And now I'm having some kind of server desync issue. Oh, and this has actually happened to me twice, where I've had to ask for permission to land twice, and then as I'm coming into the hangar, look at that, it just all of a sudden weirds out on me. All right, let's try this again. The doors were closing on me, and luckily, did we get assigned another landing bay? Let's go find out. But that's the second time the doors have closed on me today while I was landing. Oh, that is seriously bugged out, folks. What do you think? Should I go in and try to land right here, or should I Now I got a torque imbalance on the Star Runner here. It's saying it's my landing spot. Should I trust it? Oofta. Really weird what happened there. All right. Let's get down, get repaired, and we'll just chalk that up to a standard Star Citizen glitch. Just a day in the life. And let's get this damage repaired. Get the power turned off. And then we'll come back to this later. But we are absolutely going to go out and we are going to murder some rocks tonight. I'm not expecting... So here's what I've been finding on Lyria, just in case everybody's wondering. I'm finding quantanium fields of 3, 5, 7, etc., but it's not like the old days where you're going to find a 20% rock here and a 30% rock there. You're going to have like one 38% rock and the rest of them will be like in the 2 to 5 range. Ooh, you know what we need to do? We need to transfer some paints real quick from the Mercury Star Runner to local inventory on ArcL1 so that way I can assign them to a ship. And let's do this with these Aero Grey Cat armor helmets as well. Then we go to vehicle here and let's select vehicle on our inventory. And let's drop these paints over here too, because as everybody knows, if you've ever watched my channel, you know I absolutely hate running stock paints on my Prospector and my Mole. All right, good. Let's get this thing stored and let's get busy. So, I mean, the crazy thing about Lyria these days is you might get lucky and find a high density quantanium field, but you're probably not going to. Which is why mining orgs are, you know, really recruiting scouts right now. They want to go out and find 3, 4 fields, and then they're going to grab that one rock in that quantanium field that's worth something and shoot over and just basically collect the other ones. All right, so let's get the Star Runner stored. And then let's look at the Mole here. Okay, that's stored. Now we should be able to assign a new paint to our Mole. And I'm going to walk you guys through what I'm using here in just a moment. But first, I have to totally fix our paint here. Let's go with the Dolivine livery. We'll save that right there. There we go. Much better. Nice light gray. All right, so I'm using military grade shield generators on this thing just because if I blow something up due to a desync or I'm not paying attention, I have a little bit more buffer there. Yes, we are running an XL1 on the quantum drive because if you're having to bust multiple rocks, you want to get back to the refinery as quickly as possible. And then we're running the Ginzel on the power plant and then just a standard cooler. But here's the important part. Okay, so we have a Lancet MH2, a Helix 2, and another Lancet MH2. And as you can see, we're running Branch Surge Focus, Branch Surge Focus, and Branch Surge Focus. That's it. Nothing crazy about that configuration. The only reason I'm running a Helix 2 is just in case you run into a really frisky rock, you know, one that's high mass and can cause you some problems. It's nice having something with a power output of 2400 on board. And so that's why we're doing what we're doing. Even the Lanson MH2 on a mole is only still putting out about 1400. So it's not enough for some of those higher mass frisky rocks that you might run into. And then when we get out to the mall, I'll show you this nice little gray cat suit that we're wearing today. It's not your standard yellow or blue. And I think what I'll do is I'll even match up on the backpack. I know. I'm getting crazy here. Anyway, we're running the cherry red suit today. And what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of our existing backpack and we're going to put on this guy right here. So that way we're matching. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful. All right. He moves a little slower, but that's okay. All right, let's get the elevator down and let's go find some rocks on Lyria. For those that are new to the channel, we have a video on how to find rocks on Lyria with the mole and the scanning dynamic that you need to use there versus finding rocks in the belt with the prospector and the scanning dynamic on that. Kind of two different methods. Very, very, very similar, but there's one major difference. And so we'll go down to Lyria first, and then we'll hit the belt. All right, let's get our mole fired up here. And as always, the mole, she's not easy on hydrogen. She's going to drink it. All right, let's get the power up. All right, there go the bay doors. Let's take a look at this beautiful paint we're running. Get into VTOL mode because that's the only way you're taking off in the mole these days. And if you've joined the channel and I haven't said hello to you, say something in chat and I'll give you a shout out. And don't be one of those guys that allocates power to the weapons on a mole. Go half and half. Half on thrusters, half on shields. It's not like you're going to go bounty hunting in a mole. Okay, let's get our gear up here. Oh, it's just a beautiful, beautiful paint. And not fluorescent orange. All right, let's go out to Lyria and see what's what. Are we mining in the dark tonight, or are we going to be on the light side of the planet? Well, it depends. Well, we're going to go find out. Oh, that spool time on that XL1 is so nice. And she is fast now. And hey, James Smith, welcome back to the channel, man. Yeah, I've been spending some time on Lyria, and I've been getting into some rocks, and so that's what we're gonna do tonight. And then after we get done on Lyria, we're going to head out to the belt. And I have absolutely been raking in the cash out in the belt. I mean, it's just been 132 SCU load after another out there. And yeah, James, that's a racing mole. I put an XL1 in that bad boy just because I found that I was getting a little bit too far into that stability timer on the Quantanium. And so I want a little bit more speed. Yeah, it's going to probably be dark out there, but that's okay. Look how fast she spools, though, with that XL1 drive. Absolutely gorgeous. But the fact that the XL1 is about 2 to 3 times faster than the standard quantum drive in the mole, it makes a big difference. Oh, look at that. Maybe we're not in the dark after all. All right, so we're going to flip over here and then we'll pitch down. And we're going to go see what we can find. Now, as always, you want to watch your velocity very carefully in the mole, especially when you're coming in to a higher gravity moon like this, just because she drops like a rock. And so what I tend to do is I just tend to kind of slow things down a little bit. And now that the altimeter is working right here, which it hasn't been working in the past, but it is working now. Just want to keep a close eye on that. Before we had to kind of eyeball it. Now we actually have a gauge that works. So I'm just going to keep my velocity below 200. And you know what? If anybody knows if that's like 200 kph, 200 mph, or if there's some other measure of speed that they're using in the Star Citizen universe, let me know. And we're going to get below the clouds here. And then we're going to start scanning for rocks. And what we're going to do is, you know, we're just going to sit here with the scanner, bring our scan angle down to about 2 degrees on the FOV. And we're going to look for returns that are not singles, because we're not really interested in singles on Lyria. And there's certain geography that tends to be a little bit more rich in Quantanium. And so that's what we're going to head towards. We're just going to head out this direction and see what we can see. Anyway, to get those opportunity markers back up, what you really want to do is bring your FOV back out to about 180 degrees, because remember, we're not scanning behind us, right? We only want to scan in front of us. And at the same time, you want to make absolutely certain that you're keeping an eye on that prediction marker up there on the HUD so that you don't slam into the side of a mountain. And James says, "Ah, nice. Yeah, faster is better with time, Cardo." Absolutely. All right, so we'll move our FOV back to 179 degrees. It almost looks like there's 2 here, but nope, there's just 1, and it's not Quantanium anyway. And we're just going to be very methodical and slow and go see what we can see. Make sure we stay above the mountaintops and just look for those returns that are coming back. Looking for 2 or more. And occasionally you'll run into 5, 6, 7, 8. But honestly, you gotta get further away from where we were flying towards, just because a lot of folks are out here mining right now. And you see here, we're just getting singles back, so I'm gonna kind of nose over to the starboard here, and we're gonna head towards this mountain range over here. Of course, that looks like 2 right here. Yeah, that's 2 rocks. Let's take a look at them. Why not? I'm guessing, before I scan these, that these are going to be low in instability and low in mass and low in Quantanium, but hey, I could be wrong. All right, let's get rid of our scanning thing here and let's make sure that we don't have. Wait, let's bring our speed down. And those are two beautiful rocks right there. But how beautiful are they? Let's find out. Okay, so instability is a 3 on that guy. So probably not worth our time. And I'm guessing that's going to be about the same right here as well. And if you see an instability of less than 7, 8, 9, honestly, you really don't have to waste your time. Now that's an instability of 722. And that looks like a 40% rock. So I want to hear from folks in chat. Should we murder this rock? Yes or no? Give me feedback in chat. Because that's a pretty decent rock. That's not bad. We'll snuggle up slowly to it while we wait. Barack Yar says yes, and welcome to the stream, my friend. And I'm sorry if I slaughtered your name. I apologize. Come on, folks, give me some feedback in chat. Do we murder this rock or do we let it live today? Crack it. Calnor says crack it. Calnor, welcome to the stream. Larry Carter, welcome to the stream. There, it looks like we have a consensus, folks. So what we're going to do is we're going to pitch up a little bit. We're going to get within about 60 meters of the rock, maybe 50. All right. And look at this. Look at this. It's a beautiful day on Lyria. It really is. The air is clean. Not a lot of folks around. And look at these two beautiful rocks. It's just too bad this guy on the right was worthless. All right, I'm gonna allocate all my power to the shields now. All of it. There we go. Done via game glass, by the way. We're gonna pop out of our chair. And I'm just gonna pop down into this, I think I have a Lancet MH2 on this first laser right here that's closest to the cockpit, so that's where we're gonna use. I don't anticipate needing the Helix 2 on this one. And we'll bring up the power. Now, one disadvantage to mining on Lyria, of course, is look at this. You're going to see this bouncing around. And some of you may say, well, it's because you're not in VTOL mode. No, it's because of the server desync. Something else you'll notice here is that my HUD is really hard to see. So I'm going to give you guys a tip. Are we ready? Check this out. I'm going to drop my field of view from 100, which is what I normally play in. I'm going to drop it all the way down to 85. Now look. The HUD's a little bit easier to read. All right, let's get the power up on the laser. Let's get some, let's get a charge into this rock and let's get busy. You'll notice I have a surge in slot 1, a surge in slot 2 and a Brant in slot 3. So we're going to hit it with a surge right away to speed up this process. And hopefully that charge level doesn't keep dropping on me. But this rock will probably be in the 200K range after refining cost. And so we're just going to be nice and patient. We're going to let that charge level go up. And we're not going to do anything crazy. You know, we have a resistance here of 0.15, which isn't too terrible. We have an instability of 1.87, but boy, look at this Quantanium raw percentage. I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. And it looks like a lot of it's, and actually Larry said, plus all that rock's underground. And Barack, I'm glad I didn't slaughter your name too bad. Appreciate your patience. And notice that we are in optimal range here. And hold on, I got somebody I need to kick out. I guess that means you're getting somewhere in the YouTube world when you start getting porn spammed. And so we're waiting for that charge to come up. I'll just go ahead and get this person removed. And all right. And we'll just wait patiently for that charge to come up. And you know what? This may need a helix too. Who knows? Let's try another part of the rock here. But Larry Carter absolutely called it. Look at all this rock underneath the ground. Quite a bit. Let's see if we can find some place on this rock that has a little bit less resistance. Nope, it looks like it's about all the same. And notice our charge level is not coming up. We were doing okay there for a little bit. But this, folks, is why I bring a Helix 2 with me. And get a little bit more energy into the rock. So let's go visit the Helix 2. And then we can come back to the MH2. Now, and some of you might say, well, why not just stick with the Helix 2? And the reason is because it doesn't have the negative 75 on instability and resistance. So what we'll do is we'll just wander on over. And you guys will have to be patient with me because I can't remember if I put the Helix 2 on the port or the starboard side of the ship. But luckily, it's on the same deck. So we'll try the starboard side first. And we'll take a look. We'll power up the turret and we'll see what we got. But the difference between the Lancet MH2 and the Helix 2 on power output is about 1400 versus 2400 if I remember correctly. All right, do we have the Lancet or the Helix? Let's power it on and find out. That's another Lancet. Okay, so the Helix is going to be on the port side of the ship. And Gartelix says, just get another person on one of those lasers. I know, right? And before we get started on that, I'm going to clear my overlay chat real quick. But I guess that means that you're somebody if you're getting porn spammed on your YouTube streams. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, that's a Helix. Look at that big, beautiful Helix. Now let's see if we can power this thing up. Yeah, and for those that haven't watched me mine, you know, mining's kind of a chill activity. All right, so we got to focus, and the surge on this guy is in slot 3. I didn't know if I took a look at the mass on this guy, 6406. But yeah, mining's kind of a chill activity. You know, you're not out shooting people. You're not out causing mayhem and problems. You're basically just out here breaking rocks. So you gotta have some chill music to go along with it, right? And this rock is just being a tough one, huh? Might be a little bit too much mass for us, but you know what? We'll give it a shot. Why not? Resistance is 0.55 right here, so pretty high on that. Even with the higher even with the higher power Helix 2, we're still having problems. Yeah, and still not able to hold it. Okay, well, we might have to go find another rock to murder, folks. Yeah, so for those that don't know, Gartelic just put together a brand new machine to play Star Citizen. Yeah, this rock might just be too big for a solo mole. We're just not able to hold the power in it. Throw another one in here. Probably too much energy in that rock. So this one's gonna have to live to fight another day. We just can't hold the charge. And this is why. We have a mass of 6406 on this guy. Just not gonna cooperate. All right, well, mine's will not waste any more time on this. We'll back it off. Even with the Helix 2, not going to cooperate. Now, if I had another miner with me, we could throw a Lancet and a Helix on there at the same time, and we could definitely get it. But that's all right. We'll go find some other rocks to take care of. Well, that just goes to show you want to mine with friends if you can. So we'll just get back into the cockpit and we'll keep on looking. Once you get up into that 6,800 mass, though, things get real interesting. All right, let's go ahead and increase our altitude here. And like I said, I'm looking for that geography that's more friendly to Quantanium. Get our scanner out here. Get our FOV out back to 179. Actually, there we go. And we'll head back towards the mountains and see what we can see. We tried, folks. Sometimes it's just too much rock. All right, looks like we got a single right here. And what we're looking for are doubles or better. So we're just going to keep our scanning FOV at 2 degrees. That could be a double, but nope, that's a single. We'll keep our velocity down so we don't have any crazy issues here. That's another single up here. All right, let's go ahead and increase our altitude a little bit. And we'll get another scan out. We'll move our FOV back to 179. And this is exactly the scanning method that we talk about in our videos for Lyria. Obviously, you can't deploy a mining head and fly at the same time, so this is how it's done, folks. And we do have a Discord link that will be opening up here in a little bit. If you want to join us on Lyria. And we're just trying to recoup all that money we lost with 317.2 hit. I started out with $11 million and then I came back and I had 500,000 left. And like all of you, I was like really happy. I was like, cool. But unfortunately, there was some kind of mishap in the way they did the calculation, and they had to take it all back. Which is also fine with me. Because the reason we were going through this exercise in the first place, this reset, was because they made a mistake on one of the trade routes, or something was going on with the selling of items, and people were just raking in 10, 20, 30 million dollars. And the Star Citizen economy was just really taking a beating. So I'm kind of glad they reset things. And meanwhile, if you just joined us, we're out on Lyria trying to hunt up some rocks here. Using the scanning method that we talked about in our videos. That's probably diamonds right there. That's why you're seeing those returns, but you don't see any. However, that's a Quantanium rock right there. Might as well scan it, what the heck. Not too crazy about singles. I don't spend a lot of time on singles, but since one just popped up right in front of me, why not? Oh, that's a very high mass rock. 7156. Instability 4. Yeah, it's a 9%er. I don't think we're gonna... That rock gets to live another day. Alright, see you around, rock. Grow up and be a bigger rock. And then we'll come back and see you some other time. So we're just chilling out on Lyria. You know, nothing crazy. And then after we get down in Lyria, we're going to go make some money in the belt. But right now, we're looking for Quantanium fields out here. And as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, it's not like it used to be where you'd have a lot of high-value rocks in a field. Now you're lucky to have 1 out of 5. Maybe 2. And so we're on the light side of this moon, just kind of hunting around, looking for stuff. And remember, once you scan a few times, you know, to get these opportunity markers out, you really need to bring your FOV back to 179 degrees. So make sure to do that. And we're trying to stay in some geography that's a little bit more friendly to Quantanium. And so I think we're going to head that direction. And this part of Lyria gets pretty beat up, so you're not going to find, you know, these big Quantanium fields right away. You just got to keep looking, keep searching. And be patient. The interesting thing about these mole runs is, you know, the max you're going to get in a prospector is what, 260,000 after you've refined, after refining costs. You know, you can get 3, 4, 500,000 on one mole run to Lyria if you're patient. And so we're just going to keep on scanning, and we're going to keep on looking. And everybody drops into pretty much the same place on Lyria, so you want to make sure and kind of fan out, so to speak. You want to fly away from that spot once you get there. And then eventually you'll end up where nobody else has been, and you'll find some good stuff. And all these singles, I'm not really interested in these at all. That's a doubler right there, though. So we'll go take a look at this double return that came back. We'll see what we got. If you've joined the stream and I haven't said hello to you, please say hello to me in chat, and I'll give you a shout out live. That is 2 more rocks. So we'll approach slowly and see what we can see. All right, we got a mass of 59, so if the instability holds, we could scoop that one up if we wanted to. All right, let's see what we got. Nope, instability is 263 on that one. That was not going to be worth anything. We really want an instability of 6 or above, and most of the time 7 or 8. Okay, 5327, 330. Notice the quantanium percentage is at 4. We'll let that rock grow up to be a bigger rock. All right, let's see what else we got. Something's gonna happen here. But most of the time, if you get a single return, it's probably not going to be quantanium. But if you see doubles or higher, it will be. Okay, that's a double right there. I don't know if that's diamonds or what. We'll go find out. Keep our velocity somewhat low. Yeah, that's diamonds. That also looks like could be diamonds right there too. But notice I'm just cranking my scan angle from 2 degrees out to 360 and then back to 2 again. Okay, a single right there. We'll just check these guys that are less than 12 kilometers out. Something popped right in front of me. Looks like 2 rocks right here. Let's find out what we got. Now once again, it's really important that instability be high. That's a really high mass rock, so probably not going to be able to handle that one. I'm just curious though. Let's go find out what we have here. That's at 7570. And that's at 6852. Wow. 592. So that's a 16% quantanium rock. And this guy, let's find out what this is. 271. So that's so high mass, but not a lot of quantanium in them. But we're running into more, so we'll get lucky and we'll find something. And once again, we're going to bring that scan angle down to 2 degrees. That's a single right there. But in order to get into those 7,800 mass rocks, you really got to have some friends with you. It's interesting how that return just disappeared on me. There we go. And we're just flying along the mountains of Lyria, looking for some rocks. Found a few, not worth taking home. And your scan angle at 2 degrees is not going to work until you get less than 12 kilometers. So you want to make sure, and there we go. What is that? Oh, that's a single. And once again, the mole, she does not sip hydrogen. Glenn AU, welcome to the stream, my friend. He's asking, is the mole fixed? And yes, it is. In 317.2, it absolutely is. I've had one instance of it saying it had quantanium in the cargo hold and it didn't show up at the refinery, but I've only had that happen once. I haven't been able to duplicate that problem. So I would say yes, the mole is absolutely fixed. Welcome to the stream, by the way. All right, this mountain range is not producing, so let's move on to the next one. And if you guys watch my videos on how to configure your scanner on your mouse and keyboard, what bindings to use, I have a feeling like, I feel like we've headed this direction already, since that's bringing up. Yeah, that's a 9% quantanium raw rock. So that probably means we've seen that one already. Oh, there's something out there. Let's go check it out. That was a double. Let's go see what that is. But yes, the mold's fixed. And for those that don't know, basically what was happening was you were able to crack the rock. You were able to collect the rock, but then it wasn't showing up in your cargo hold. So the amount of quantanium would just stay at 0. And that was in 317.1. And that has been resolved in 317.2. All right, let's see what we got here. So we have 2 rocks. Maybe 3. It's a 6371, instability 449, so not really a decent one. Let's see what we got right here. A 5388, instability 579. Probably not going to be great, but maybe in the 10% range. Let's find out. And let's see, 20%. I don't know. We can crack that one. I want to take a little survey on the stream, though. Do we take this rock or do we let it grow up to be a bigger rock and come back for something else? You guys give me the feedback on the stream. Let me know what you want me to do. This one will probably bring in about 140 to 160,000. But let me know. I'm going to go to an external view and give me some feedback in the stream. Should we crack this rock or do we want to let this rock grow up to be a bigger one? And look at that beautiful paint on that mole. It just blends right into the surroundings here on Lyria, right? Not sure if I want to take this rock, but I'm waiting on feedback from you guys in chat. In live chat here. Heathen, welcome to the stream, my friend. Heathen says, I say take it. And Glenn says, are you feeling lucky or do you need the cash? I'm not really cash strapped. Glenn, I have a couple of work orders. They're going to be in the $500,000 range after they're sold, so I'm doing okay. But you guys are here to see rock cracking, so do you want me to crack this one or let it live? Let me go over the stats real quick. We have a 5388 mass rock, and it's in the 20% quantanium range. Glenn is saying crack it. Heathen is saying crack it. All right, let's crack it. So in the mole, obviously you don't deploy your mining laser from the pilot. So you want to get this right here in 60 meters or less. Maybe I always go down to about 50 meters and then I pitch the nose up a little bit to give my mining laser plenty of room. And then this time we'll just go ahead and throw her in VTOL mode for stability. And then look what we're going to do. We're going to pop right out of this chair. Notice I have all my power allocated to the shields. Larry Carter's asking, what was the percentage? Larry, the percentage is at 20. You know, so this will be a $180,000 rock after refining costs, maybe. I don't have my quantanium calculator in front of me, but just eyeballing it. All right, and I may need to back up a little bit, maybe too close to this guy. Having a little bit of a hard time seeing my HUD here. But I figure you guys are here to see some rock cracking, so let's do it. We're not just out here for the money, we're here for the show, right? All right, so let's... So as you guys saw, I threw a surge at it right away to bring that power level up, and then what we're going to do is we're going to try and keep that charge level in the optimal window. And obviously with the lighting and everything, the HUD's a little bit harder to see than usual, but I'm not going to throw a Brant on this thing right now. I'm going to wait for the shards. And as a matter of fact, when we break this rock up, I may pop back into the pilot seat and just position us a little bit better. Just because I have a feeling that some of these fragments are going to end up outside of my range here. I'm not going to be able to turn the laser down enough to get to them. But as you saw, we threw a surge module at it right away just to kind of speed things up. Didn't have to do it on a rock with this mass. Yeah, so see, this one's going to probably fall. Might still be able to get a piece of it. But it doesn't matter anyway because it's not worth cracking. Take a look at this guy right here. That one is worth cracking. And I might be able to get into it without moving. It's only 7% though. But on a 20% rock, you crack it. So we'll just bring it up into the optimal window here. And we're just chilling out on Lyria tonight, cracking some rocks. And if you're new to the stream and I haven't given you a shout out, say something in chat. I'll give you a shout out live here. And we're just, we're going to go ahead and crack this shard because there's a little bit of quantanium in it. Why not? And on a 20% rock, you want to go ahead and break it down anyway. It's not like we're going to run out of cargo space. And that is the main difference between the mole and the prospector is 32 SCU versus 96, 1 mining laser versus 3. All right, let's get busy on these guys right here. I don't think I'm going to be able to reach that one. So I think what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to pop out of this mining head real fast. I'm going to back us up just a little bit. Usually my 50 to 60 meter rule is pretty solid, but on this rock it wasn't. And then once we back it up a little bit, we'll have the right angles and we'll be able to collect and crack everything on this particular rock. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to back us off just a little bit. Get everything in the 60 to, there we go. That should be pretty darn good right there. But if you wondered if you can mine solo on the mole, you absolutely can. No problem. It's just that you're going to be popping out of the pilot seat. And obviously if you get jumped, you're not going to be able to get back into the seat probably fast enough. All right, a little bit better angle. Not going to crack that one. I think we are going to crack this one though. Let's see. Nope, that one's not going to get cracked either. But we can at least get to these guys. So let's see what the composition is on this one right here. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. So I have a branch slotted in 3. And on these shards seem to be bouncing around a lot more on the charge level than they did in 3.16. And they're also punishing you. They're making this stuff go inert if you get it overcharged too much. So that's why I'm using a brant right now on these shards, just to try and stabilize that optimal charge level as much as I can. I don't use it on the main crack anymore. I use it on these little guys now. And pretty soon here I'm going to be putting a poll up in chat about stream quality. Let me know what your thoughts are. And if you haven't hit that gear icon and you're not watching us in 1440, make sure you do that. Okay, we got that one busted up. Let's see what we got here. %. Okay, great. So we have 100% on that guy. This one's going to be inert, is 66%. Let's see what this rock is looking like right here. That's going to be a good one. I can tell just by the optimal. 32% on that one. And like I said, that brand's activated right now. And we'll use it while we can. Notice how we're bouncing around. That's due to server desyncs. It makes things really interesting. And that is one of the downsides to mining on Lyria, is that it can be a little bit distracting when your mole's bouncing around on you, but it's just part of the process right now. And that brand's been deactivated. Oh, so we want to be real careful on that charge window. And so what's happened is in 3.17.2, if you get into the overcharge too much, even if you don't blow the rock up, it's going to make some of the material go inert. I've noticed that happening a lot more than in previous versions. All right, that one's cracked as well. And that's a good one. 52%. Let's crack that one as well. And then it's time to collect and refine. And if you just joined the stream and I haven't said hello to you, make sure to give me say something in chat and I'll give you a shout out live on the stream here. We're cracking rocks on Lyria. Thank you for joining. We're glad to have you. There we go. We're going to just hang right here in the optimal window. But the mole is working beautifully now. It looks like they've resolved pretty much all the issues there. And if you haven't invested in one, I would highly recommend it. You know, when we get to 1,500 subscribers, we're going to give away a prospector, one that persists through these database wipes. It's going to be a pledge prospector. We're giving one of those away to one of our lucky subscribers. Some lucky person out there will get a prospector. And then what I'm going to do for 5,000 is we're going to give away a mole. So one of our lucky subscribers will get a pledge mole. Because we do mostly mining here, though we are going to branch out into you know, other things like package delivery, trade runs, and when I'm ready for a dual stick setup, maybe some bounty hunting, maybe some PvP, who knows. But for the most part, we're mining here, making money. So if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe or consider it. Give me a thumbs up on this live stream. And of course, I'm going to throw a poll question out there to get your feedback on stream quality here in just a moment. But for now, we're going to break up this shard, and then we're going to go collect, and then we're going to go refine, and then we're going to head out to the belt in our prospector. All right, that's it, folks. So we'll start collecting. Even with an XL1 on board, you just don't want to get too far into that countdown timer. That's an 18% Quantanium. I'm going to take it. I'm going to attempt to take it. There we go. And look at that. So not the biggest rock, not the highest mass rock, but hey, on Lyria, you take what you can take. Keenan G, welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to have you. Keenan says hello. Thanks for doing this. I just bought a prospector. I just upgraded from a prospector to a mole. I need the ability to quickly reverse, so don't singe my eyebrows. Yeah. And so, like I said, we have 96 SCU of cargo space on the mole, so we're just gonna pick it all up. All these shards. Why not? We spent the time breaking them. Might as well get them all. We're not into our countdown timer yet. We're not in a huge hurry to get out of here. All right, here we go. But like I said, when we reach 5,000 subscribers on the channel, we're going to give away a mole. But right now, we're hunting for 1,500, and that some lucky subscriber is going to get a prospector out of that deal. And then you do with it what you want. Maybe you don't have one and it'll be a good thing for you, or maybe you need to upgrade it to something else. Who knows? So we're going to end up with probably, what, 18 SCU? Where are we at right now? We're at 10. Nope, less than that. Yeah, we're at 10 SCU on Quantanium at the moment. We're going to probably end up about 18 to 20. Heathen, welcome to the stream, my friend. If I didn't say hello to you, I apologize. I play a dual stick and love it. Yeah, I really want to get into a dual stick setup, honestly, man. It's more of an issue with the office and how I have it set up. You know, these dual stick setups are not easy just to set up and put away. You know, once you set them up, you kind of gotta leave them there. All right, and look at this. So, like I said, we're at the 11.62 SCU right now. I was hoping to get a little bit more out of this rock, but maybe we're going to end up in the 15 range. Yep, there's 13, there's 14. So right around 14 SCU out of this rock. And I just want to make sure we don't leave anything behind here. We're into our countdown timer now. We're down to 13 minutes. Okay, did we leave something underground? Nope. Oh well, we might end up with 20 after all, folks. I'm glad I've collected that other one. I wouldn't have seen this. Look at that. Yeah, 2150. Not a bad rock. Heathen says somebody getting a free mole is going to make them very happy. I hope so. I'm trying to promote the game as much as I can, and I love creating content. I love doing live streams, and so I'm trying to grow my audience as much as I can. And speaking of which, I'm going to put up a poll here on our stream quality here in a little bit. Be honest with me. Let me know how it is. But I'm not going to do it at the moment because I don't want to blow up. I want to get back to the refinery as quickly as possible. All right, we're about 12 and a half minutes into our countdown timer right now. All right, let's go ahead and get our destination set here. They really did improve the star map. All right, now we're going to haul butt. We're going to get out of VTOL. Luckily, I have a nice fast quantum drive on this guy, so we're spooled up. And as soon as we exit the atmosphere, there we go. We're going to calibrate. Look how fast that thing calibrates. I put a military grade quantum drive on this thing, so we're going to get back to Arcal 1 fast. All right, while we're in transit here, I'm going to ask you guys a question. How is the stream quality? And you'll have 3 options. And I'll have that up here in just a moment. All right, polls up, folks. Give me some feedback on our stream quality. And thanks to the fact that we upgraded the quantum drive on our mole, we are flying back to Arcal 1. Bartella Gaming says it looks good, not breaking at the max stream. That's great. I mean, YouTube tells me it's excellent in terms of quality, but for those that haven't hit that gear icon, hit that gear icon. I'm playing at 4K and downsampling it to 1440p to the stream just because I don't have a monster internet connection. I am synchronizing 2 1 gig connections and bonding them on the firewall, but the upload, this is on cable, and we're not on DOCSIS 4 where I live yet, so no synchronous internet connectivity. Heathen 101 says he actually had to customize a gaming chair he found at Goodwill to hold his dual sticks. It was a pain, but worth it. You know what, Heathen? I didn't even think about buying another chair. Now that's actually a pretty good idea. I have a gaming chair right now, but maybe just having a whole chair set up just for that would be the way to go. Huh. Great suggestion. Glenn's in Sydney, Australia. It's winter down there, folks. If I'm not correct about that, Glenn, let me know, but I do believe it's wintertime in your neck of the woods. It is summer here in the US of A, and it's 95 degrees out. All right, so we're going to head back to Arcal 1 Wide Forest Station. We ended up with a nice load of Quantanium in the 22 to 24 range, so that's going to put us at about 180 to 200 after refining costs. Not a bad run. And as soon as we see that call ATC for landing, which will be coming up any moment now, I'll just hit the button on Game Glass. There it is. Please contact ATC, and we're going to do a decel maneuver here if we have to. And we're going to get into that bay and get this thing stored as quickly as we can. Okay, there's our landing bay. We're going to reduce our power, and let's go ahead and get into VTOL mode and put our gear down. Glenn says, yes, it's winter, but I can still walk around in a t-shirt, so it's not that cold. Down there in Australia. Yeah, when it's winter in my neck of the woods, there are no t-shirts. I mean, some folks do wear shorts here when it's 40 degrees outside, but for the most part, it's all snow. All right, so we just had a fairly successful run out to Lyria. There's a poll up right now on stream quality. Let me know what you guys are thinking. And if you haven't hit that gear icon, make sure you do so to get it in 1440p. All right, we're gonna go in nice and easy. You don't want to bounce the mole off the hanger here with a hold full of Quantanium for sure. Looking great. And if you've joined us and I haven't said hello, say something in chat and I'll give you a shout out live on the stream. We're live with On the Rocks with AlphaInfinity tonight, and we are hunting for rocks on Lyria and in the belt. And I'm about to take you guys out to my favorite spot on the belt here. All right, there we go. We're not even, look at that. Our volatile cargo warning didn't even go off. Once again, one more reason to upgrade the quantum drive on your mole and your prospect. Keenan's asking if I've tried voice attack. I have not. It looks interesting to me. I may check it out. I did use voice attack at one point in time when I was playing Elite Dangerous, but I have not used it in Star Citizen. All right, we're not just in any gray cat suit tonight, folks. We are in the cherry gray cat suit. That's right. I know, we're getting all fancy on everybody. Not orange, not yellow, not blue, but cherry. Looks like somebody's having enchiladas for dinner. Congratulations. Cartella Gaming there. All right, so we just had our first successful Lyria run. You know, it's not 96 SCU of Quantanium, but it's in the 25 range, which I'll take. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hydrate. We're going to get in our prospector. And we are going to head out to one of my favorite places in the belt. But first, let's get this Quantanium work order going. Let's get our Argo Mole sword. There we go. Looking great. Not even into our volatile cargo warning. You know, and just so everybody's on the same page, here's what we're doing. When we look at the mole, I recommend you upgrade two components. The first, of course, is the quantum drive, and we're running a military grade XL1. Size 2 grade A. Absolutely beautiful drive. Saves time, saves money. And then on the shield generators, we're running two FR76 shield generators. The reason you ask is for a number of reasons. One is in case I get jumped, I have a little bit more time, not much, but a little bit more time to maybe make it into the cockpit and skedaddle. But more importantly, if I blow up a rock right in front of my mole, that extra capacity there is very, very nice. So I would highly recommend that you do at least those two things. You upgrade the quantum drive on your mole and you upgrade the shields. Obviously, you're going to want to throw a Lance and MH2 on it, a Helix 2, your Brant modules, your Surge modules, but it can be the difference between a good night and a bad night. And they're not cheap. You know, those things are not cheap, and you are going to have to go looking all over the universe. Yeah, and I see that. I'm looking at our stream quality. One of the beauties of DOCSIS 3 and cable modems. All right, so we're going to go ahead and select our material location. There's our Argo Mole. Look at that, folks. We got 4629 refinable, but only 2179. We picked up quite a bit of quartz. That's the nice thing about the mole. You don't have to be choosy. You know, you have plenty of, you're not going to fill up your hold with 96 SCU of Quantanium unless you're in a mining org. So we're going to spend the 9,358 AUEC. We'll have this processing time done in 17 hours. And we'll end up with a yield of 2070. As you can see, we have a couple of other work orders in progress. We have one right here that's going to be done in about 8 hours, and we're going to get a refined yield of 2930 out of that one and 2070 out of that one. And this one's 2789. So we're doing okay. We're not doing bad at all. Shouldn't be lagging anymore, but That's why I put up that poll. All right, it is time to grab our prospector, and it is time to head out to one of my favorite spots in the belt. And we're gonna probably, my goal is to come back with 32 SCU. You know, interestingly enough, you know, Lyria can be really profitable, or it can be feast or famine on Lyria for sure. But in the belt, it's always feast. You know, the belt is just the gift that keeps on giving. All right, let's take a look at our mole. Sorry, our prospector here. And if you guys have been watching my videos, then you know that we have an MH1, a Brant, a Surge, and an XTR-XL. That's what we do. But let me get my paint going here. We're gonna go with the Afrit livery, or livery, however you say that. I'll have to Google that here in a little bit. For shield generator, we're running a 6SA Arbiter. It's a size 1 Class B civilian. On the quantum drive, we're running a Voyage. So size 1 grade B. It's about 2.5 times faster than the standard quantum drive. And why are we doing that? Because we want to have more time on station, less time traveling, and if we run into problems, we want to make sure that we have maybe a little bit buffer. So we're going to retrieve our prospector now. We're going to get moving here. And we are in Hangar 2, and hopefully the stream quality is picking up there. And there's our prospector that's hovering for some reason. Don't want to trip over the landing gear. This is one of the things that's happening now in the universe, is if you don't shut down your prospector when you land, that you may find that it's hovering in the hangar, and you may not be able to board it. So make sure to kill the power on your prospector, folks, when you get back. All right, let's make sure that we're fueled up. We don't have any repairs that need to be done. And we are going to head out to her L5 today. All right, we got our lights on. Yeah, I know I'm 48% on hydration. I think we'll make it. We'll be okay. And for her L5, it's not on your Air and Halo mining routes. But this is one part of the belt that just keeps putting out, and so that's where we're going. And look at that beautiful Aphrodite livery. Or paint, as I like to call it. All right, we'll put up our gear. We'll get out of VTOL. Pitch up a little bit. We have our destination set. You guys will notice how some of the things in my HUD are yellow. That is due to the gray cat suit that I'm wearing right now. What the type of armor that you wear can determine some of the HUD indicator colors. And look at the calibration time on that quantum drive. All right, and here we go. And so we're going to head out to her L5. We're going to travel about 7 million kilometers, and we're going to go crack some rocks out that direction. And it looks like our porn spammers are back. We're going to go ahead and remove them too. And I'm just multitasking here. There we go. And we are almost on station here. All right, let's get this party started. We'll get the mining head out. We're not quite in band 5. We'll move in a little bit closer if we need to. And there's a Q-type right there. Resistance is at 0.48 and instability is at 5.18. And we have 2 rocks here, so let's go take a look at them. As soon as I drop out of Quantum, there they are. Okay, let's see what we got here. Instability is 0 on this one. Okay, we got a 2% rock. And we got a 9% rock. We're going to keep on hunting. And we got a non-scannable coming back on this guy. And we're just going to keep on scanning and keep on hunting. And I may move a little bit further into the belt here. We're not quite in band 5 yet. We're in band 4 right now. Not quite the density that I want to be at. Okay, we got an E-type right there. We're just going to keep pointing into the sun. And we're going to bring our scan angle back out. There is an error in Halo to mining routes map. You will not find this in that map. But the places that are on the maps are generally getting hit pretty hard. Okay, we got an M-type right there. All right, let's take a look at our distance. I want to get a little bit further. I think we're going to actually reverse course just a little bit. Let me check on my distances here. All right. We're 5736. We're going to head back a little bit this direction. About 20,000 kilometers back, and then we'll pop back out. We'll see what we can see out here. All right, we'll get our mining head back out. And so I'm just going to check these guys that are close to me. Okay, we got a P-type right there. We found a couple of rocks already, but they weren't really worth harvesting. Another E-type. And once again, you notice I'm just messing with my scan angle, going from 179 degrees down to 2 degrees. Got a P-type right here. You're not going to get a return back unless you're under 12 kilometers, so you want to make sure you're under 10. Or under 12, excuse me. We have quite a few over this direction, so we'll check these out real quick. Okay, we're not quite far enough in. Let's check our distances once again. Okay, 5712. We're going to jump a little bit further back towards her L5 here. Okay. I'm just checking my notes here. We're going to go back about 100,000 kilometers towards ARC-L1. All right, we're getting into it now. A little bit further. Now we're in band 4. And let's see what we can see. I know we're going to find some good rocks. Made millions out in this part of space. Got a double there. Not sure what that is. Probably not going to return. So we will just keep on hunting. I don't mess around with the rocks out in the belt that don't return a type. No reason to waste your time on those. There's just too many out here. Another E. Okay, we got an M. Got a couple close together here. We'll look at these. Make sure you watch your velocity. You don't want to fly sideways into a rock while you're pitched up. Another P type. That's a triple P type out there. And I'm just bringing my scan angle to 179 degrees, and then back to 2, and then back to 179 again. That's a non-scannable right there. That's the third non-scannable I've run into. Okay, we've tried a few out here. We're going to move just about 20,000 kilometers further. Okay, there's an M. But we're not out here hunting for M's, folks. That's another non-scannable. When you run into a ton of non-scannables, it could be an indicator that the server's not in the greatest of health. There's a Q type. Let's go investigate. Instability of 465, and it looks like it's a single. Maybe a double. Let's find out. Yeah, it's a double. Let's see if we get a better instability back on this one right here. So that's a 260, and that is a 465. So neither one of these rocks is going to be worth our time. Like I said, if you see instability in the range of, below 6 or 7, it's probably really not worth your time, and that's a 6% rock right there. but that tells me we're in the right area here. And this one is popping like 6 or 7 of them. And I'm not getting any anything back on them, so I'm going to go investigate just to make sure. Yeah, and these are not rocks we're interested in. Okay. And sometimes non-scannables are just junk rocks. All right, so we're going to face into the sun on this one. That's an E-type. And we're going to bring our scan angle back out to 179 degrees again. And we're just going to keep on looking. Okay, that's a Q-type that we saw before. We're gonna nose back into the sun here. We got a doubler right here. Not sure what that is. I'm going to try scanning these. I'm going to try hitting these a couple of more times before I give up on them. Yeah, there's just not going to return anything. But worst case scenarios, you can always... The nice thing is with the server fixes they put in place is you can always log out and log back in. And I'm just going to use the sun as a reference point out here in the belt. So Keenan has a great question. You have a band or cluster. Where do you find the band or cluster on the HUD? What I'll do, Keenan, is I'll post a great site, and it kind of explains the bands. It's not on the HUD. It's going to be really your distance from your refinery to your point in the halo. And it really depends on where you drop out. Okay, there's a Q-type right there. Let's go investigate. All right, let's see if we can get a number back on this one. So instability is at 4.13. Not really a nice rock. This will not be a high composition rock. Yeah, it's a 2% rock right there. We have a couple up here. Let's take a look at what we got going on up here. And once again, I'll just face back into the sun, and I actually may jump a little bit further. If I don't find a decent one soon, I'll just jump another 20,000 kilometers in. Another P-type. Okay, here we go at 11.3. E-type. And you notice we're just floating around in the belt looking for good stuff here. And I'm going to jump about another 10,000. I'm going to jump a little bit further in now. This time I'm going to jump 10. We're not quite into band 5 yet. We're in band 4, and bands determine how dense your asteroids are going to be. So band 5 is the densest part of the Aaron halo by far. And I'll bring up that site here in just a moment. All right, another 10,000 kilometers back in here. Okay, now things are getting interesting. Okay, we got an E-type right there. And what we're looking for on the opportunity markers is a Q-type return. And we've seen a couple already. And you'll see right here on type. We want to see that as a Q, not an M. And pretty soon I'm gonna kind of face into the sun so that way I can measure my progress here. And we got something that's popped right here. That's a bunch of them. Stainless says he mined his first Q rock and got back to crew 01. And as soon as he landed, the yellow light began to slowly blink. And hold on, I need to ban some more people here. All right. And look at all these right here, but none of these are going to be Quantanium. Oh wait, they're all Quantanium, and they're just not returning. So when I see something like this, these are all Quantanium rocks right here. Look at that. Look at how big that cluster is. It's huge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cluster Quantanium rocks, and I can't touch any of them. I just can't get a scan back on. Notice how we're sitting here. All right, so back to what Stainless was saying. He says he mined his first Q rock and got back to crew 01. As soon as he landed, the yellow light began to slowly blink. Heard the beep. Says he jumped out and ran to stow my ship. It wouldn't let me. Only file claim. And Sketo, I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly, but welcome to the stream, my friend. Sketo says no, very tight clusters like that are always quant. That is correct. So what I'm going to do here real quick, when I run into a situation like this, I always like to just get out of the chair for a second. And so we're going to lay down here. And Stainless, sometimes that happens. I mean, most of the time it won't, but... And we'll just log out here. And then we'll come back and hopefully we jump onto a better server. And meanwhile, let me get some tunes up here. All right, we're just going to jump right back in. The nice thing about what they've done in the Star Citizen universe is that you can actually do this now. And you'll have a high success rate. So by logging out and logging back in, hopefully you're getting into a server that's not quite as busy. And look at that, we're back on our prospector out in the belt. We didn't have to go all the way back to ARC-L1. We didn't have to do any of those things. That is a big improvement in the Star Citizen world. All right, let's get rolling here. And hopefully our mining head's deployed again. And let's get our scan angle out to 179 degrees so we're not running in circles. And let's look at some of these opportunity markers and see what we can see. But you definitely don't want to push that timer too much, especially if you're in a stock prospector with a stock quantum drive. You know, you can push things a little bit when you put like a military grade really fast drive in there, but you don't want to do it too often. And so what we'll do is we'll pitch up into the sun, we'll head on out, and we'll see if we can find some rocks to break here. I'm going to turn off in-game chat so that way we're not seeing all of that. There's a Q-type right there. It's a double. Stainless. Oh, you had an Atlas drive. So yeah, that's a pretty good drive. Pretty fast drive. I think it's 2.5, 3 times faster than the stock. Try not to be too disillusioned. Like I said, those things happen every once in a while. And I'll fill you in on a little secret, Stainless, and don't tell anybody. But I will tell you that happened to me 2 days ago on my mole. And so it happens. All right, let's go check out this double Q type that came back and see what we can see. There's 2 of them there. I know it's only showing 1 right now, but I'm pretty sure we had a double return. Yep, there's a second one right there. Let's see if we get a decent instability number back on either one of these guys as we get closer. Notice I'm keeping my velocity down. You know, I'm not running in here fast. You know, mining is not a fast operation. It's something you want to take your time on. And so we got 2 of them here. There's an instability of 259. That's junk rock. Not interested. How about this other one below it? Yeah, in the Star Citizen world, anything can happen. And sometimes the luck is with you, and sometimes it isn't. Okay, that's a 259 instability rock. So once again, that's going to be a 2%er. And I believe this other rock below it was the same. Yeah, 259. So that's also. So we got a couple of 2%ers right here. And we're not cracking no 2%ers, folks. We're not here to do that. We are absolutely not here to do that. So we're gonna keep on moving until we find a decent one. I want to take back 32 SCU of Quantanium back to the refinery tonight. That's my goal. Oh, great. We got another non-scannable back here. And that's not going to come back. So we're just going to pitch down and we'll take a look at this one. And then we'll point our nose back into the sun and we'll just keep on looking. Okay, nothing back on that one. I'm just going to roll my nose over here and see if we can find something decent over here. E-type. Not interested in no stinking E-types. And there's a Q-type, a double Q-type right there. Let's go investigate. Yeah, Stainless, it's sometimes you have to find out the hard way, but stick with me and you'll learn more. And I've made every mistake that can be made, and I promise you, I don't want you to make all of them that I did. So I'm trying to save everybody. And for example, keeping your velocity low instead of high, you know, don't be flying around at 600, 700, 800. You know, keep it at 150 to 200 so that way when you're scanning. All right, we got 2 more rocks here. We got a 4 on instability. It's a little bit better, but not enough. I want to see that instability number. For those who are new, that's what this is. I want to see this in the 6 to 8 range. Once I get into the 6 to 8 range, I'm a happy guy. Yeah, see, that's a 2% rock. That's no good. That's a junk rock. Let's see what this one is. Yeah, 259 on instability. That's another 2%er. James Smith says, thank you for that AlphaInfinity. I'm just here to help, guys. And I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you for joining the stream tonight. Glad to have everybody on. Okay, that's a P-type triple cluster right there. Not the right letter. So like I said, we're just going to point our nose into the sun again and keep on hunting. And we've already hopped servers once because of non-scannables. Hopefully we don't have to do it again. Okay, we got an M-type on that one. And sometimes when the server's not cooperating, obviously your collection rate goes down. So it's not going to be a 500,000 hour. Okay, we got a couple down here. The mass of in the 4 to 5 range. Let's go take a look at what we got here. Instability is even worse at 1.68. Wow. What is going on here? But it looks like there's 3 or 4 of them. So let's go check them all out. We don't want to leave any money out here on the ground if we don't have to. 0.03. Oh, that's a P type, not a Q type. That's a P type. So that's why that instability is so low. Okay, we're going to skip past those. Bring our scan angle back out. Point our nose into the sun. And sometimes the belt, the server that you're on, can determine your success rate. I'm curious to see how many people are on the server. I'm going to check here in just a moment. Okay, that's an M type. And the reason I'm pointing my nose into the sun is just so I have a good reference point so I'm not running around in circles. However, when you do that, you want to make sure and scan like crazy so that you don't blast yourself into a rock at 150 kph or whatever measurement of speed they use in the Star Citizen universe. Lots of non-scannables. Wow. Okay, we're going to pop out of here. We're going to head about another 10 to 15,000 kilometers towards ARC-L1. And get a little bit further into the belt. We're in band 5 or close to band 5. You can tell just by the density. Lots of asteroids here. And James Smith says, thank you for that, AlphaInfinity. You're welcome, man. Absolutely, you're welcome. All right. Let's jump down to 5,620,000. And let's get our mining head back out, get our scanning angle correct. And we'll see what we can see here. Okay, we got a D-type cluster out there. We're not interested in those. There we go. There's some opportunity markers right there. And like I said, mining can be feast or it can be famine. It just depends on what the belt's deciding to provide that day. Since I'm so close to all these and I'm headed towards the sun anyway, I'm just going to turn towards them and check them all out. Okay, we got a triple M right there. Not interested in that. Another P. Let's go ahead and scan this direction. And then I'm going to check my distances again. And we'll go ahead and bring up our speed a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and put the limiter at about, let's say 200. There we go. All right, get our mining head deployed again. And mining is just chill. Not high stress gameplay at all. And that's why we do it. You can throw on your favorite type of music. Have a drink sitting next to you, whatever your drink choice happens to be. You're not going to get jumped out in the belt. There's about a 0% chance that's going to happen. Okay, we got a triple there, but not returning anything. And it doesn't look like it's going to return, so we're going to keep on moving. There is no reason to be wasting your time on those things. And let's see what we got out to our starboard side here. Okay, we got another one back here. Let's see what's going on. Another non-scannables. 3 of them right there. I don't have a lot of hope in this server, folks. Glenn says it's chill. He says I have it in the background whilst I work. And Heathens said that's why I like mining, no stress. Plus I like the challenge. Each rock has its own personality. That is the truth. And we're just going to keep on scanning. And then I'll give this another couple of minutes, and if we don't find anything, then we'll pull out the Aaron Halo mining routes. I'll actually head back to ArcL1, refuel, and then we'll pull out the map, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. All right, let's pitch up and take a look at these 2 guys real quick. All right, more non-scannables. So Hurl 5 seems to be throwing a bunch of non-scannables at me tonight. And there's another non-scannable right there. And I bet you this one up here is going to be a non-scannable as well. But we'll take a look. Yep, another non-scannable right there. And another non-scannable right there. So I'm gonna take the hint. Lots of non-scannables. Not a good sign. We'll jump 20,000 kilometers in, try one more time, and then we'll head back. Yeah, we're getting out of the band here. So let's just go ahead and head back to ArcL1, and then we'll try another mining spot tonight. And Sketo says, out here now, so many ghost rocks. Yeah, there's a lot. But that's okay. And while we're doing that, I'm going to bring up this Aaron Halo to mining, Aaron Halo map, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Okay, let me just move this down here for you guys. All right, so the bands, we're talking about density here. And so you have a much better chance of finding a good Quantanium cluster in band 5 because you can see the asteroid density count is well up towards 3,500. The other bands are in the 1,000 range, so 3.5 times. And so that when we're talking about bands, that's what we're talking about. Then when you're talking about how to get into those bands, we're headed to ArcL1, and if we're headed to CrewL4, for example, in order to get into band 5, you want to drop out at 14,292,000 kilometers ish. And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about bands and routes. And in the mining world, you want to be in band 5 95% of the time to find the really good stuff, just because of the density. And I will post that in the description of the video for you guys. And James Smith says, so refuel and hit the next server? Absolutely. Because this one is not putting out. And usually in Hurl 5, I would have at least had one run done and be well into my second one right now and not had all these non-scannables. And I'm not even sure if we need to refuel. I might just hop right out to the next spot here. Okay. As a matter of fact, let me take a look and see where I want to go today. First of all, let me reduce my velocity. Okay, we're sitting at 0 right now. I'm gonna go ahead and bring this web page back up for you guys so you see what kind of decision-making process I go through here. Okay, so in terms of the charts that matter, obviously we're sitting right near the AlphaInfinity refinery, and we can mine at these. We can set our destination for any one of these spots, and what we're looking for is band 5, right? And the number I'm really looking for is not where to drop out, but how far away from the refinery am I going to end up? So if we go out to Crew 04, we're going to end up 9,709,000 kilometers away from the refinery. If we go to Crusader at 6.4 million, Crew 05, 5.7, Hurston 6.8, and Crew 03 roughly 10 million kilometers, right? And if you have a fast drive, then none of that really matters. You just go where you want to go. But if you're in a stock prospector, you want to kind of think about that. So today we're going to go to Crew 03. And so I'll set my destination for Crew 03, and I'm going to leave that map up just a little bit longer. And so you guys can look at that. And in order to end up in band 5 at Crew 03, we want to pop out a quantum right around 12.679 million kilometers. Anyway, I hope that makes sense for you guys. Lightsaber, welcome back to the stream, my friend. He says, yeah, the non-scannable asteroids seem way more common in this version, and you are absolutely correct, they do. And I don't know if it's because of the player density. We're at 71 right now, but I'm going to spend a little bit of time out here in Crew 03, but as you can see, if you look in the bottom left, actually, let me get it. I'm at 22% on hydration, so we're going to have to do something here real soon. And one of these days, I'm going to actually put water in my prospector, but I didn't do that today. So we're down to 22% on hydration and 63% on sustenance. We're 19 million kilometers out from Crew 03 today. And we're going to pop out, according to our map here, at 12.679 million kilometers. So we're about 5 million out now. And if you've joined the stream and I haven't said hello to you, make sure to say something in chat. And I'll give you a shout out live on the stream. And I'm glad to have you, everybody. Welcome to AlphaInfinity Tech on the rocks with AlphaInfinity. We're live streaming in the belt tonight. We've already been out to Lyria. We're probably going to head out to Lyria one more time. But first, I am determined to get a full load 32 SCU into this prospector. Okay, we went a little bit too far. So we're going to want to pop back to ARC-L1 about 200,000 kilometers. And if my sustenance, if my hydration keeps dropping as fast as it is, we may just head back, but hold on just a moment. We're going to double check those distances one more time. Yeah, we were at 22% when we left. Now we're at 21. So we'll go a couple 100,000 kilometers. So it looks like it's going to be 12.293. No, it is 12.679. So that's what we need to be at. So 200 kilometers back the other direction. And if we don't pop into band 5 right away, then I'm going to go back and hydrate, which is just a It's just part of playing in the Star Citizen universe these days. You gotta hydrate. So we'll drop out right about 10,032,000 kilometers. That should put us in that band. And some people like to hit the U button. And here we are. Not quite band 5, but pretty dang close. I probably need to jump about another 50,000. Okay, let's do some scanning, folks. Let's see if we're getting a bunch of non-scannables back. There's an M-type. Hey, even though it's an M-type, I'm glad to get something back. Because, man, we've been having a lot of non-scannables tonight in the universe. There's a double Q-type. Let's go check it out. Come on, give me a good instability number. I want a 6 or 7. Not a 4. Okay, we got a 4 back on our first one. Let's see what its brother has next to it. And a 382. Junk rocks, folks. Not taking either one of these. That 4 instability, and I'm just gonna roll up on it to show you. It's gonna be about 2%. And this guy is gonna be even worse. Oh, 6%. Interesting. Oh, higher mass, that's why. That's okay. Get our scan angle back out to 179 degrees. There's another Q-type right there. Let's go investigate. 4931 on mass, which is fine as long as that instability number comes back nice and high. Oh yeah. Look at that instability number, folks. Look at that instability number. It's beautiful. Man, the porn spammers are getting me hard tonight. No pun intended. Let me ban this guy real quick. That's like the 3rd or 4th one we've had. And I'm just going to go. That 7 instability rock, that's a keeper. We're taking it home with us, folks. That's going to be a really nice rock. All right, hopefully we didn't lose it here. There it is. Notice how we have that instability number coming back at 787. That is a beautiful rock. That's a 32%er. We'll take it. So we're out here in the belt, in band 5, and we're gonna crack a rock. I'm gonna get on the dark side of this thing. I don't want to be on the light side just because the HUD's not as easy to read. All right, we're gonna get into this rock right away. And because I'm in a hurry, because I'm having a little bit of a dehydration problem here, I'm going to go ahead and hit it with a surge right away. Because I don't want to die of dehydration before we end up collecting the shards, so let's get busy. Luckily, we can get a glass of water down at the refinery. And if you've joined the stream and I haven't said hello, please say something in chat. And I may go ahead and activate a Brant on this one. %32 Quantanium though, that's a nice rock. I wish the mass were a little bit higher, but hey, with that instability number, I'll take it. We're here to crack rocks and make money and help people out. All right, we're gonna keep it in the optimal window. Try to keep it out of the overcharge. We don't want to make some of this material go inert, and they will punish you. In the new version now, in 3.17.2, They will absolutely punish you. And there she goes. All right. Glenn AU says, forget refueling ships. We need a drive-through for food and drink in the belt. Absolutely. James Smith says, at Glenn AU, you may be on to something. Load up on food and drink and cruise. And Sherwin, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. I always carry a few bottles of cruise just in case. And you know what? I'm probably going to need to do that in the future. Okay, we got a Brant in slot 1. We're going to use that Brant to keep us in that optimal charge level area here. And if you like our stream, give me a thumbs up. If you like our YouTube content, please give me a sub. All right, and don't forget we have a poll. How's the streaming quality? Let me know what you guys think about that. Okay, we're going to activate the Brant right about now. And I'm just trying to crack this rock as fast as I can just because I have a little bit of a hydration issue here. I'm down to 17%. And so we're going to crack this one. It's a 13% fragment. Notice how that Brant module keeps the optimal charge level nice and stable. I'm not doing a whole lot of mouse work right now to keep it in the green. I'm really not. And that's the beauty of the Brant. You don't really need it on the original, on the first crack, but you sure do want these shards. He's going to take his time to blow, so I'm going to go ahead and get started on this next guy. There he goes, right there. James says he's watching the stream in 1080p and it looks great. Fantastic. Okay, we got the Brant up. There's a 37% shard. We're going to keep it out of the red, though. I'm in a little bit of a hurry just because I'm watching my hydration level drop down pretty fast. And I don't want to die before I get back to the refinery. So let's just get these cracked and get this done. Make some money. And see if we can get back before we die of dehydration. And that's what we get. Notice that we still have a Brant going here. Probably the most undersold module. But most of the miners now are using them. Okay, there goes that one. Let's move on. Okay, that's a purple. You don't even have to let the scans complete. I know that's a junk rock right there because of the size of the charge optimal window. That's a good one right there because of the optimal's thin. Yeah, that's a 56% Quantanium rock. All right, we're going to get into this one. Oof, really unstable. So I'm going to activate that Brant again. And we're just going to try and crack this one as fast as we can. That one's 56%. And even with the Brant activated on this one, it's still bouncing around like crazy. You guys notice that? Absolutely crazy. That is a very frisky fragment right there. Okay, we're going to keep it in the optimal. We're going to crack it. We're going to move right on to the next one, and then we're going to collect and run. All right, there we go. Okay, let's take a look at this guy right here. That one's not worth breaking. This is our last one right here. Is this one any good? That one's a good one. Let's break it. We're going to bring that charge level up as fast as we can. We're going to get it into the optimal window. We got the Brant activated, so it's giving us some stability there where I don't have to work as hard on the mouse as I normally would. And then we're going to collect and run. And we're going to collect the 100%ers first, of course. We're not going to collect the mix because in the Prospector, we have limited cargo capacity. So we don't want to fill it full of inert materials and some of this other junk that we have out here. We want to make sure we collect those 100% Quantanium fragments first. And then we're going to hightail it back to ARC-L1 and hydrate. I'm going to store the ship first and hydrate. Uh-oh. Let's get that charge level back up. Come on, come on. There we go. Not too high. All right, that's our last rock that we're cracking. Now we're collecting, folks. I'm not even going to wait for that one to finish. I'm just going to come down here and start scanning some of these, and we're going to get the 100%ers first. We have a fairly fast quantum drive in this prospector, so that's inert. And 72% junk. We're not even going to mess with that. Inert materials. A lot of inert materials in these rocks these days. Okay, that's a 77%. I'm going to get it. Can't get too picky on that one. If it was like below 60, I probably wouldn't bother to collect it first. But let's see if we can find, there's a 40%er. We got to have a 100% shard in here somewhere. And we're not into our countdown timer yet. There's a 100% fragment right there. Let's grab it. I'm running an FLTR-XL module. It increases my extraction rate by 50%. So that means we can collect faster. It has a very small penalty of -2%. Okay, there goes our stability timer right there. Right here. We're at 14 minutes, 23 seconds. I have a feeling I have less time than that, though, with my current level of hydration. Alright, we're just collecting these 100% fragments first, making sure we grab those before we get anything else, because we are in a prospector. We have limited cargo capacity. Logos Veritas, welcome back, my friend. Glad to have you. We're breaking, we're collecting, we're making some money. All right, there's another 100% fragment right there. We're already up to 15 SCU. We're already half full. All right. Let's see what else we got here. And we're 13 minutes, 55 seconds into our timer here. Okay, that's a 2% Quantanium fragment. Not going to bother. Now, some people think that you should scan these first and then start the collection phase, but I like to live on the edge, apparently. All right, we're going to wrap this up here. We're going to probably end up with about 25 to 28 SCU of Quantanium, hopefully. Just going to double check these one more time. That's inert. That's 98% inert on me. I think we had one more Quantanium fragment out here. And we're down to 12% on our hydration. 5% Quantanium raw. I know I had a 40% in here somewhere. 2%. That was probably our 40%er right there. I'm not even waiting for the scan to complete. Oh, it's a 100%er right there. Okay, so I have one more 40%er in here. And we may just have to live with, there it is right there. We may just have to live with what we got. And Logos, thank you for that. He said 21 watching, but only 17 likes. Please hit that like button for me, folks. All right, we're going to pull. All right, I think that's all I'm hanging out on this one tonight. I think we're not going to get anything else out of this rock. Yeah, lots of inert materials, just not anything really worth. I guess I can probably grab this one with 5% in it since we have the cargo space. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set our destination. We're now down to 11%. All right, so let's set our destination to ARC-L1 Wide Forest Station. We'll head back. There we go. And because I upgraded the drive in this prospector, we should be sitting pretty on time, but we'll find out. I should have put up a poll. Do you think I'll make it back to the station before I die of dehydration? All right, let's go ahead and put up a new poll now while we're on our way back. We're going to end the current one. Thank you for all those that responded to that one. So the question is 317.2 been stable for you? I'm curious. Here we go. Poll questions up. And I'm looking forward to my free million. I always like a free million, Logos. James Smith says, it's a great channel, why I'm subbed and always like. Thank you, pal. I appreciate it. I really do. I know that I have my social media rotator in the way of my hydration, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that real quick. That way you guys can see how perilous things are for me at the moment. I'm down to 10%. Are we going to make it, folks? Are we going to make it back with our 22 STU of Quantanium with 10% hydration? What's it going to be? We have a fast quantum drive. We've upgraded our prospector, thankfully. And of course, we're running the effort paint on it. I think we're going to make it. Logos Veritas thinks we're going to make it. And we are looking pretty good. I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it. We just need to get there before the countdown timer goes off. We did hang out a little bit. Steven Schofield, welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to have you. And he said, do you know if they fixed logging in? Almost no money. I spent most of last night mining, made like 50K, logged on before work today, only had 5. Ooh, that hurts. That really hurts. I don't think they fixed that. But I will say, Steven, that I have not had that problem. But anyway, I'm glad to have you on the stream, my friend. Thank you for joining. All right, we're now down to 9% on hydration. Are we going to make it? All right, and look at the cooldown on this quantum drive. It's only 7 seconds, and look how fast it calibrates, and look how fast it spools. Look at that. That is why, of course, then you run into the bug to where you have to recalibrate twice. Oh, Logos Veritas says it's supposed to be at some point in time this week, and they're supposed to give you $1 million. You know, Logos, Steven, James, the rest of you on the stream, I logged in after the patch dropped and had $11 million sitting in my wallet. And then I was in the middle of doing the 9 tails thing, and I checked my balance, and I was down to 500,000. Just like that. And I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And apparently they had some kind of error. They did a miscalculation. All right, so I'm gonna, since I'm down in 9% on hydration now, I'm gonna haul butt back to ARC-L1 here, but not too fast. We don't want to hit any asteroids, and we certainly don't want to run into the station. Okay, we're gonna decel now that we're 14 kilometers out. But anyway, I had 11 million. I went on a spending spree, and then they took all my money away, but I still had the stuff that I bought. And then I guess they had another problem, and now they're gonna give me another $1 million. Oh, Glenn AU says, I went from 39 million to 20K. Oh, dude. That is a slap. That is a slap in the face. That's tough. I get why they're having to recalibrate all these things. I know that folks were buying and selling things and running up hundreds of millions in AUEC in their wallets. I get that. Oh, we need to slow way down. We need to slow way down. Okay, let me solve this little problem here real quick. I need to pay attention to the flying. Okay, there's our volatility warning right there. We got our gear down. We're in VTOL mode. We're gonna set this thing down nice and gently. We're gonna store the ship, and then we're gonna head down to the refinery. We'll hydrate and get another work order going. Yeah, I think just about all of you went down to 20K. I went from 11 million to 500,000. I think it's because they gave me some kind of credit for playing. in the PTU. But I'm not special, I promise you. Okay. We're gonna kill the power of the prospector so it's not floating next time I come out to see it. We're gonna run into the refinery here. We're gonna store our ship first, because once you store your ship, your countdown timer stops and you won't blow up and you won't lose your stuff. And look at that beautiful cherry Arrow Gray Cat suit we have on today. That is why my HUD is yellow, by the way. Some of my HUD indicators. Alright, let's head up to the lobby. We'll get our ship stored. And Logos Veritas was absolutely correct. I am going to make it. However, oh my, I thought the consoles disappeared on me. I'm seeing double now. If you guys look down in the bottom left corner, I'm starting to see double. Notice here how the font is doubling up on me. That's because I'm severely dehydrated and I'm about to die. Logos Veritas says, if I had to guess, you'll keep the ships as long as you didn't buy doubles. That is correct. Zakester 1981. I hope I didn't slaughter your name, my friend, but if I did, I apologize. But welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. Your question is, what would you recommend for a ship with a 1 million budget for a new player to make money? And I'm going to let the folks in chat answer that question. $1 million, guys. What would you recommend for Zakester 1981? What kind would you get? And Steven Schofield says a Cuddy Black. Glenn says, yeah, I bought my C2 Hurricane MSR but ran out of time. Okay, so before we get a work order set up, I'm going to get this helmet off right away. And if, for those that didn't know, you can buy water down in the refinery, thankfully. I'm down to 5%. I'm seeing double. So we're going to fix this problem right now. Okay, we're no longer seeing double. And of course, we're going to have to buy multiples. And it looks like the Kester, they're saying the Cuddy Black. It looks like that is the one of the most popular ships for $1 million and under. And we're just hydrating here. We're going to fix our sustenance issues. We almost died out in the belt, but arrived with about 6% left on our hydration. There we go. We're back up to 100. Our guy's happy now. But that's what the folks in chat are saying. Cartella Gaming says taco truck. We are seeing a lot more of those, aren't we? They do seem popular. All right. We're going to eat. All right. We're up to 91% on that. Let's go ahead and not forget to put our helmet back on. And we are in the beautiful cherry red gray cat suit tonight. All right, let's go ahead and head on up. And I'll come back down and buy a couple of bottles of that water and put it in my backpack here so that we don't have this situation come up again. And the porn bots are hitting me again. And so let me take care of that real quick. Okay, I think I got all those. Let's go ahead and set up a work order. And I think I'm going to head back to Lyria and the Mole. Okay, we ended up with 2292. And we're going to use Fair and Exchange as our method of refinement. That'll get us 2177 refined Quantanium. Will be done in 11 hours. And as you guys can see, I have a bunch of processing work orders here, 4 of them. And there we go. Let's run back down to the bottom floor real quick. We'll grab a couple of bottles of water, throw them in our backpack. It would be nice if they let you buy like 5 of these at a time. That's what I get for trying to do a quick buy. All right, processing there. Okay, we got a couple of those. It's on. It says delivered on person. And so if we go and we check our inventory here, let me just get into the light. And there we go. There's that beautiful suit. And there's those, and they're in my backpack. So I have 2 bottles of water in the backpack. Mines will move these med pens in there too. Actually, I'm going to leave them here. There we go. All right, so are we ready to head back out to Lyria? What we'll do is we'll call up the mole and we'll head back to Lyria. Since the belt seems to be giving me a bunch of unscannables tonight. And give me just a moment, folks. I'm just reporting the porn bots again. Getting them out of chat here. And then we'll grab the mole and we'll head out. And somebody asked, and is the mole fixed in this patch? And Steven Schofield, yes, it is. Okay, let's go ahead and grab our mole. And Zakester 1981 says that they're out in forest. Boy, isn't that the truth? Is the mole fixed? All right, hangar 2. And we'll climb into our beautiful mole here and we'll head back down to Lyria. And since we didn't seem to be having the unscannable problem down there, then that's what we'll mine tonight. Yeah, YouTube has put out a survey to creators and asked how big of a problem this is, and it's becoming a much bigger problem. You know, nothing will ruin a stream faster than a bunch of spam. So, I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me and being patient. We're back in the mole. We're going to do some solo mining in the mole. We're going to head down to Lyria. And we're going to see if we can find some decent rocks down there. And I brought some water with me this time. And Steven Schofield says, sweet, I wanted to pick one up when I got enough AUAC. Yeah, and when we reach 5,000 subscribers on the channel, we're going to give away a mole to one of our lucky subscribers. All right, we're going to repair, and that mole is going to persist through these database wipes because it'll be a pledge mole. All right, we're going to set up Lyria here. We're going to refuel, rearm. We're going to refuel and repair. Get the bay doors open. And thanks for being patient with us, James. Appreciate it. James said, I'm here to learn how to mine. No porn bot's going to ruin my night. All right, we are back in the mole. And in order to take off in the mole these days, you need to get into VTOL mode, so don't forget that. What happens if you're not in VTOL mode and you try to take off in the mole? This is what happens. You're not going anywhere. All right, so VTOL mode. We'll lift off. We'll pitch up, get that nose up. We will get the landing gear in, and we'll shoot out of the bay here. And here we go, folks. Back to Lyria. I have upgraded the drive in this mole. I believe it's a military grade B or a grade A drive, so very fast drive with really good spool times. The spool time on the default mole drive, I believe, is like 25 to 30 seconds. Or cooldown time. I'm sorry, not spool, but cooldown. It is ridiculous. And Logos Veritas says, oh God, that paint looks way better than the orange. Yes, sir, it does. And you know what else it does? It doesn't, I don't like having an orange bullseye on me when I'm, you know, if somebody's coming in from above me and they're looking down at the ground at Lyria, at least I'm going to blend in a little bit. Even though I know they'll find you on sensors and all this other stuff, but why make life easy for them, right? Anyway, that is that gray paint on that mole. Really like it. And yes, Logos Veritas, you heard right. We're going to do a mole giveaway at 5,000 subs. We're doing a prospector giveaway at 1,500 subs. One of our lucky subscribers will win a prospector. I don't know if I can escalate it any further than that at like 10K, because what are you going to do? Give away a Polaris? I mean, that we're talking $1,000 now. Not going to do that. But for the first 1,500 or 5,000, we will. All right, and look at that beautiful paint on that mole. Gorgeous, isn't it? And if you just joined the stream here and I haven't said hello to you, I'm not being rude. I'm just not able to see us. So say something in chat and I'll give you a shout out live on the stream here. Okay, back to Spell 12 again. And you saw that cooldown. Gartella Gaming says paint makes the ship go faster. Actually, it's not even the paint. You know, if I could put my own stickers on there, you know, maybe add like some kind of sticker on the side that would make it go faster. You know, the stickers make them go faster too, right? All right, we're gonna look for a decent place to go here. We're gonna head this direction today, towards this mountain range. And as always, keep that velocity under control on the mole, because now that the altimeter is working, we're on a higher gravity moon. You're gonna drop like a rock and bounce off the floor if you're not careful. Oh yeah, Steven Schofield says a little flame decal. Absolutely, flame decals add like 10 horsepower, dude. You didn't know that? And if I could put one of those drag wings, you know, maybe right on the back of this thing, because you need to have that downforce, right? And then put some stickers on the drag wing. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna stop making fun. So we're gonna come into Lyria here, and we're at 8,000 on the altimeter. So I'm gonna slow down my my velocity just a little bit so we don't bounce off the bottom. And we're going to start looking at opportunity markers here in a little bit. And we'll see what we can see. And give me just a moment here. Put on some nice chill music. I actually may pitch down a little bit and head towards this mountain range right over here. All right, we'll get into we're gonna limit our velocity to 150-ish, and we'll start scanning when we get underneath the clouds here. And once again, if you join the stream and I haven't said hello to you, make sure to say something in chat, and I'll give you a shout out live on the stream. All right, let's see if we can find ourselves some Quantanium tonight. And all I'm doing is bringing that scan angle down to from 180 degrees to 2 degrees, and I don't want to nose down too much here. We want to do a controlled descent. And we're just chilling out, mining on Lyria tonight, folks. And we're looking for doubles. We're looking for doubles on these opportunity markers, just seeing what we can see. And hopefully we'll find some decent rocks. And we'll have a little bit better lay of the land here once we get underneath the clouds, which we are about to be as of right now. Greg, welcome back to the stream, my friend. The mining's been so-so. Made a little bit of money tonight. But I'm really looking for those Quantanium fields. Okay, that's a single right there. Anyway, Greg, glad to have you back with us. And yeah, I love bouncing off mountaintops apparently, but I have a fully upgraded mole and I really don't want to do that in this thing. We got a military grade quantum drive. We have industrial grade A shields on this thing. We don't want to see all that go to waste. All right, back on Lyria, folks. Glad to have you with us. Just chilling out. There's a double right there. Let's go see what we got. And I'm gonna go ahead and show off my paint. This paint, I believe, kind of blends into the scenery as best as you can. Beautiful paint. All right, so we got a double return out here at 7,000 meters. We're gonna go investigate. I am limiting my speed to about 150. And I'm just gonna say kph just because I don't know what unit of speed measurement they're using in Star Citizen, but could be 150 miles an hour, could be 150 kph, who cares, right? All right, we have a double out here. Both Quantanium rocks on this hillside. And here comes our porn spam again, so I'm going to take care of that real quick. And let's go see what we got. We're going to get a little bit closer to get a content back. And what do we have? Let's see here. Oh, that mass is really high. That mass is probably too much for me, guys. I don't think I can take on an 8,000 mass rock solo. I'd have to have somebody else on one of the other mining lasers to do that. But you know what? We're going to finish our scan anyway and just see what we can see. That is a beautiful, beautiful rock. If it comes back with Quantanium. No, instability is at 2, so that's a 2% rock, 8,000 mass. Not a nice rock. Let's see what we got over here. $377 on instability. Quantanium is at 3%, so, you know. Heathen01 says he can't wait to get off from work and go do some mining of his own. Absolutely. But hey, I'm glad you guys joined me while you're at work. I'm glad to have you. And for those that haven't yet, if you don't mind giving me a thumbs up. And don't forget to take a look at the poll. I want to know if 317 has been stable for you. Obviously, outside of the the income issues, I don't know if there's any better, more politically correct way to put it, folks, but some of the income issues have been interesting. And these spam bots are out in force tonight. All right, let's keep on scanning. We are going to find something. That almost looked like a double, but it's not. And we're just taking things nice and slow, folks. We're limiting our velocity. And we're scanning nice and easy. And we're looking for doubles or triples. And we're going to gain some altitude here since we're headed towards the mountains. Yeah, the porn span makes it hard. It makes it hard to have fun streaming, but it's just one of the... I'm going to go ahead and scan these two right over here just to make sure, since we're so close anyway. It just makes streaming a little bit more of a challenge, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, there's a double right there, but I do believe that is diamonds, because I don't see any formation of any kind on the ground there, so we'll go check it out. And Zakester 1981 says, as a viewer, you can block him as well. Yes, guys, please block him. All right, we're going to see what we got at 8,000 meters out here in the flats. Another single right there, I believe. And so we're headed into the mountains here. Let's see what we got. Logos Veritas says that they're all just trying to find us true love. Oh, that's funny. And if you just joined us, give me a shout out in chat. Let me know you're here. Unless, of course, you're a porn bot. Huh. Okay, that's a double right there. Let's go investigate. I think that's going to be diamonds, but we'll double check anyway. And we'll just come down right nice and easy here. Yep, that's diamonds. Okay. Oh, we'll keep on trucking. And we are going to find us a couple of rocks, but the interesting thing about Lyria is you could end up, there's some more diamonds right there. Lots of diamonds in this area. But we're taking it nice and slow and easy. We're solo mining in the mole tonight. Looks like more diamonds. This is a really nice diamond area. So for you diamond hunters out there, lots of diamonds out here. All right, let's pop back up a little bit. And I'm going to gain some altitude and head towards a little bit more friendly Quantanium geography here in just a moment. Got a single out there. Let's see if we can gain some altitude here. Heathen01 says, that's me. I'll be hunting diamonds in my cuddy tonight. Sounds like you're gonna make some money, my friend. I hope you're successful there. Let's check out some of these returns out in the fields here. And we're just taking it nice and slow and easy in the mole. We don't want to bounce off the floor, do anything crazy like that. And it has happened on the stream before. We don't want that to happen again. All right. We'll head towards this mountain formation over here. There's a big one over here, and let's see what we can see. And if you haven't answered my poll question, take a look at it, please. We're always looking for feedback on the patch. Ugh. We're gonna have a torque imbalance after that one. I was trying to block one of those bots again, but we lived. We have a little bit of damage, probably scratched the paint. And for you diamond miners out there, if you want to answer his question. And while that's going, I'm just going to remove. There we go. All right, let's get a scan going again. And we have a little bit of torque imbalance after colliding with the ground, but nothing too serious. Might make things a little bit more interesting if we have to bust some rocks, but we'll find out. All right, I'm going to get back up into orbit here for a second. That way I can kind of see. Yeah, we scratched a little paint. And one of my stickers might have been scraped off, so I'm a little bit slower now. But overall, not too bad. Okay, let's point our nose starboard here and head this direction. I'm just going to check out some of these returns while I'm way up here. Why not? The mole, she doesn't handle well. Yeah, I scraped off my stickers and probably lost my wing. So I'm sure I've lost at least 50 horsepower now. Okay, we got some singles. And we're just checking out these returns. There's a double right there. Let's go investigate. And we're gonna descend really slowly. And we'll go investigate these two right here. And we're gonna have a repair bill on our poor mole tonight, aren't we? And we have quite the discussion going on about Hadnite. It looks like we got a double rock here, so let's go investigate. What do you think, folks? We're gonna get a good let's see if we get a decent return back on these. But before we get too crazy, let's slow ourselves down so we don't hit the ground again. Looks like Daymar is the place to go for Hadnite, huh? And because we have a torque imbalance, I'm just taking things nice and easy. All right, let's see what we got back on instability. Oh, it's a 7,000 mass rock, so not a good rock for me. That's a little bit too much mass. Even if it were like 48% Quantanium, I'd have to have somebody with me to break that one. But we'll check out what the 375 on instability, so that's not going to be a high quantum rock. That's going to be a low. 499 on instability here, folks. I think we're going to be in the 2 to 4% range on this, but we'll check. 13%. Heathen01 says it takes a lot of time, but the payoff is worth it, especially when you're just getting started. And Greg says Daymar is the best Hadnite spot, isn't it? And then Magda. And then Larry Carter says he goes to Daymar. And James says, well, it'll be my first mining. I've done some package drops and a little combat, but I've always liked mining. And James, don't forget, you can do monitor missions too for 20 grand a pop, and you can do them really fast and they're repeatable. And Heathen01 says Daymar is the best spot at the moment. Just watch out for griefers and pirates. So we have a halfway decent rock here, but I'm not going to break it at 14% raw. And you can see the damage I did when I bounced off the planet. The mole's not looking so hot. We're going to have to repair that when we get back. All right, we're going to gain some altitude here, and we're going to keep scanning. And see if we can find a decent set of rocks. Those two are just not any good. Not enough for me to bother with. I need to see I need to be in the 20+% range, 25. But we may pop back to ArcL1 and replace and repair and refuel real quick, because this thing is just not being easy to fly at the moment. Did a little bit more damage than I thought. There's a double right there. Let's go find out what that is. That's probably gonna, just because they're so close together, most likely they're gonna be diamonds, so I'm not gonna bother looking at that. And so we're out here mining on Leary tonight, folks. Glad to have you with us. It's on the rocks with AlphaInfinity. The mole is working. It was repaired in 316 or 317.2. We confirmed that in the PTU a few weeks ago. We're always in the PTU when Wave 3 releases. Just kind of checking things out, making sure it's working. Okay, we have a couple of returns close, so I'm just going to scan these real quick. And then I may go ahead and pop up to ArcL1 to repair a mole here. We bounced off the ground while we were taking care of some porn bots in our chat. That's a double right there. Probably, most likely, diamonds. I found a really good diamond spot for you guys. Greg says it's just carbon scoring. Yeah. And let's see what we got here. We got something at 11 kilometers out. I'm gonna do a few more of these before we pop back up to ARC-L1 to repair. Because we did do some damage to our mole when we were trying to multitask. Okay, well, we're gonna do a couple more scans here before we pop back up to ARC-L1 for a repair. Anybody want to guess on how much that repair bill is gonna be? I'm thinking 9,000-10,000, but maybe it's going to be in the 4 to 6 range. Who knows? All right, let's go ahead and do a repair real quick. It'll take just a moment. That way we can have a fully functional mole here. All right, let's pull up our quantum drive, and then we'll come back to Spout 12 and we'll try again for some rocks here. But it's hard to even line up with the quantum with that torque imbalance the way it is. You guys can see my control with the mouse here. And we're headed back to ARC-L1. We'll repair. And I do believe that our Discord link in the description of the video is in fact a good one. It's less than a week old. Check out our Discord. And this is why we're headed back. Look at all that damage that we did. Bouncing off of Lyria there. All right, we'll just line up with ARC-L1A here. Let it, notice the cooldown on this quantum drive is only like 8 seconds. Really nice. And Heathen says, James Smith, remember to take food, water, flares, oxygen, and a weapon with you if you're cave mining. Really good advice there. And we're headed back to ARC-L1 to repair before we turn around and head back out to Lyria. And we are mining in the belt and on Lyria tonight. So welcome to On the Rocks with AlphaInfinity. And we're gonna get let's get this going again. There we go. And if you haven't given me a thumbs up on the stream, if you could do that for me, it'd be greatly appreciated. And James says, yeah, I need to replace that sticker. Yeah, we rubbed some stickers off of our mole and lost at least 50 horsepower. So we got to go throw some stickers back on it here. And some flames. You know, if I paint some flames on my mole, does that mean I get like another 50 horsepower just from the flames? Oh yeah, you could do the underglow, the neon underneath. Absolutely, that's worth 100 horsepower by itself. Hey Ginger Bomb, welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to have you. We've been getting abused by porn bots tonight. They have just been hitting the chat like crazy. One after the other. Oh yeah, Heathen, we gotta go with some spinners. And of course you gotta have that Super Shogun Dragon Wing on the back for the downforce. Because our mole, you know, it's so fast and all. Alright, let's go ahead and ask for permission to land. And Ginger Bomb says, well, I guess they know their market. Are you, Ginger Bomb, are you implying that gamers, specifically Star Citizens, look at porn? Surely not. That is abhorrent. That is just so... I can't even believe you would suggest such a thing. All right, here we go. I'm appalled. I'm appalled. All right, we're gonna put down the landing gear and we're gonna attempt to land our busted up mole. Yeah, you can buy fuzzy dice, I think, and put them in your ships in Elite Dangerous, but I don't think they have that option just quite yet. And for those who just joined, I was trying to take care of some spam bots in the chat, and I really, as you can see right there, maybe. I'll show you when we get into the landing bay. That's why you're seeing the major torque imbalance and all that. We bounced off the planet a little bit, rubbed off some paint and some stickers. And so we're gonna come in for a quick repair, refuel, and then we're gonna head back out to Lyria. Yeah, for those that don't know, I worked in IT for 25 years, and it was kind of common knowledge that about half of all the traffic on the internet is porn. About half. Half of the transfer, anyway, through the major routers of the net, which is pretty amazing considering that they have. Uh-oh, I don't like that. Yeah, we did not do a good job landing. Let's see if we can get in a little bit further before the doors shut on me. Are the doors going to shut on me? We did such a horrible job. All right, well, we're going to kill the power anyway. Why not? And we're going to see if we can... There we go. The repair bill was only $1,500. Can't complain. There we go. They're going to take care of that damage if you look at the back left side of the mole here. It's very interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and leave here, and I'm gonna store the ship, and then I'm gonna bring it back out since we did such a terrible job parking this thing. Yeah, but in Elite Dangerous, you can do the fuzzy dice, and you can do like the little hula skirt girl and all that kind of fun stuff on your ship, but they have not added that ability in Star Citizen, and honestly, I would prefer they focus on other things at the moment. That could be a nice to have once maybe they've earned their money. I think we're, what? 580 million, 700 million into this thing. Boy, look at that. Look at that mole bouncing around like that. Dancing. Ooh, that is some damage right there. Wow. We have our beautiful cherry gray cat armor on tonight. I'm gonna go store my mole before it blows up in the landing bay. And then we'll come back out, repair it, we'll head back out to Lyria. I think it's gonna blow up. Ginger Bomb, I agree. I think it's gonna blow up. And of course, this would be the moment when the elevators are slow, even though they've been fast for the last month. There we go. All right, let's get this thing stored. And is the VRS going to cooperate with us tonight? Let's find out. Is it going to store? There we go. Look at that. All right. Let's get the mole back out. And let's head back out to Lyria. And the reason I'm heading back out to Lyria tonight is because we've had a ton of non-scannables out in the belt. And that is that, so I just feel like Lyria is a little bit more productive, and so that's what we're going to do. All right, let's go climb in the elevator. Let's make sure our mole is repaired. And Logos Veritas, you know, I appreciate that that vote of confidence, my friend. All right, let's go take a look at her. Oh, is she still bouncing around? Have you guys ever seen anything like this before? Here's what I'm going to do. I think things are getting a little wacky here, so I'm going to go ahead and store my ship, log out, and log back in. How about that? I really don't want that mole to blow up. I have a military grade quantum drive on it and shields. Would prefer not to lose it. And so what we'll do is we'll store it, we'll log out, and we'll come back. And then we're going to go hunt up some rocks on Lyria. All right, let's get it stored. The VRS is being nice to me tonight, maybe. There we go. We are absolutely going to exit out to the menu. And boy. Yeah, it's dancing to my music, huh? It's dancing to something. KPU, I'm just going to go into the USA cluster. Why not? And there's our porn bots back again. So if you guys could do me a favor, report them. And we'll just head back into the PT or in the PU again. And here we go, folks. We're headed back into the 317.2 PU player universe. Hopefully my mole is not bouncing around on the ground again. And for those that just joined, welcome back to AlphaInfinity Tech. We are on the rocks with AlphaInfinity. We're mining, we're hunting for rocks, trying to make some money. I had $11 million and then I had 500,000, just like that, literally. So the Star Citizen economy has taken a little bit of a hit lately. Maybe my $11 million became 500,000 because of inflation. I don't know. All right. Oh no, and it's making me claim it now. Okay, it was delivered right away, so that gives me hope. All right, so let's do this. Let's go back in again. The VRS is totally bugged out on me. Okay, it says I can retrieve it, so let's just make sure it has all my stuff on it. Okay, here's our mole. All right, it has my paint on it. And you guys have seen the Dolovine paint. I'm gonna move over to the Aphorite paint now. All right. Systems, it still has my FR76s on there, my XL1, so that's good. It still has all my modules. That's fantastic. So logging out, logging back in, solve the problem for me. Great. All right, so let's go ahead and retrieve our mole, and then we'll get back to business. And Greg says that they announced today that due to this gong show the last couple of days, all accounts, no matter what age, will receive 1 million AUEC within a week. James, I do have some water in my inventory. It's in my backpack right there. So at least we're not going to die of dehydration. You know, if I die because I haven't eaten enough, then I deserve to be slapped. All right, because it takes a lot longer. Hangar 2, here we come. But I did get smart. I am actually... Wow, what is going on here? Guys, what do you think? Have you ever seen anything like this? You think I should try to board and repair? Maybe bring it back into the landing bay? Hopefully my own mole doesn't kill me. Oof, wow. All right, let's go. We're gonna try and board our mole here. If I can find a good click spot. It is really... It's really scary. I'm scared. It's moving around so much that I can't even get a click spot to call the elevator. There we go. Finally got that done. Oh. Let's get that elevator up. And let's see if we can get this mole out of here in one piece. And so what they've done is they had a miscalculation and they gave a bunch of players AUEC based upon their exposure in the 317.1 PU. And it wasn't the PTU testers, it was the PU folks. So the player universe players. Ay. And then they said, no, we screwed up bad. And we shouldn't have done it. I think I'm going to die. I'm really pretty sure I'm going to die. Yep, I'm definitely going to die. I'm going to ask for permission to take off anyway, but I think I'm going to die before I get out of here. So I'm going to attempt to make it out of this hangar, but I think I'm about to die. I don't think there's much of a chance. Oofta. Okay, we definitely kind of made it. And we did a lot of damage. A lot of damage to that mole trying to get out of that hangar. Wow. So I want to hear from chat. Do you guys think I should try and land again in a different hangar? Or do you think I should maybe head to Bajini Point? That's me, Ginger Bomb, that's me coming up with a word not to cuss on the stream. I try to keep it family friendly. I think you're right. We're gonna head out to ArcCorp, and let's go for Bajini Point here, and let's see if we can land and repair there. What a interesting little adventure that was. And so, yep, everybody agrees. Head out. Let's see what happens. Let's do it. How I survived, I don't know. Ginger Bomb says a hangar anywhere will do the same thing. Juan Carlos says, hey Juan Carlos, how you doing, buddy? And he's asking me to post an image where it has the distances from Arc L1 to the asteroids. Actually, I'll do even better. I'll just go ahead and post the site in chat for you right now. And here it comes. There you go. All right. We're going to try Bikini Point, and then if that doesn't work out for us, if there's any doubt about that, then we'll head out to... Oh, great. And now I'm getting scanned. Of course, our mole doesn't look like it's in too bad a shape. It looks like we got a repair done. But now I'm being scanned because apparently there's been a bunch of moles that came into orbit around the planet here with some meth. And so they're trying to stop the meth trade. And I'm being totally facetious with that. Okay, we've been released. Let's go ahead and head off to Bikini Point here. And let's see if we can get into a landing bay without dying. And we'll get fully repaired. But yeah, you gotta watch out for those meth moles. Alright, here we go. We'll ask for permission to land. We'll keep a prediction indicator above the station so we don't smack into it. And Ginger Bomb says they changed most of the landing pads to hangars to stop the pad ramming. That is absolutely true. And I think it's a good idea, except for the part where your really expensive ship bounces around the hangar and eventually blows up. Other than that, good idea. All right, let's go ahead and see what we can see here. And what a beautiful... I'm just once again reminded how beautiful the game is. Despite all these little bugs and despite these little inconveniences, they really did a wonderful job. I mean, it's just the amount of detail on this paint, on this hull, down there at the planet, on the space station. All right, and it looks like we do have a landing spot. So we're gonna drop our velocity down, and Ginger Bomb specifically said don't go to Bikini Point. She said you have to go planet side. And I have chosen to ignore her, and I'm about to pay the price. I have a feeling. I have a bad feeling about this, but we're gonna try it anyway, just because that's what we do here. So we'll come down. Oh, you didn't say that at all? I thought you said that. All right, here we go. We're gonna drop our power down. We're gonna get into VTOL mode and get our gear down. And we're gonna try and land in a hangar. And then we're gonna head back to Lyria if we can repair our mole. And apparently I've miscalculated where I'm supposed to be, so we're gonna pop up here in just a moment. Nice and easy. Not gonna bounce it off the station today. All right, we'll just do a little decel maneuver here and go find our landing bay. And there it is. And they are on the inside. Look at that. Ginger Bomb's absolutely correct. Isn't that crazy? All right. They moved the hangars. Okay, we're gonna drop our velocity. We're gonna bring her in nice and easy. I should have put a poll up asking those in chat if they thought that the same thing was gonna happen here. And we're gonna just limit our power output even further. And I want to make sure that I set this thing down just in the right spot. want to make sure and clear the doors, and I want my landing gear on that freaking pad. There we go. A little bit further, a little bit further. I think we should be in a good spot now. What do you guys think? What's going to happen? Anybody see a mole bouncing? Oh, it kind of is. From the outside, it didn't look like it was, but from the inside, it kind of looks like it is. What do you guys think? You think we're safe? I'm gonna go ahead and kill the power. Now, I want to ask everybody in chat, do you guys think I should exit the ship, go store it, and then come back? Or do you think I should just stay with it, let him repair it, and get the heck out of Dodge? Give me your opinions in chat. I want to know. Let me know what you think. Logos Veritas says repair and get out. All right, we're fully repaired, refueled. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get out. Yep, Heathen 01 says, I say store it, play it safe. Logos Veritas says repair and get out. And Greg says open it up and get out. So I'm getting out. And Ginger Bomb says, yeah, call and get out. All right, we have ourselves. And I'm getting out. I'm leaving. Oh no, you say, do we mean store it and leave or store it? Well, too late. I'm out. Let's go ahead and store it. All right, I'm going to take one more survey. Should we store it or should we get in and leave? Last chance, guys. Let me know. Store it or get in and leave. What do you think? Give me that feedback in chat. Let me know. Ginger Bomb says get on and leave. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're going to attempt, now that we've been refueled, repaired, we're going to attempt to back out and take off. All right, here we go. Let's get those doors open and get the heck out of Dodge. Sherwin Nikolai says store and retrieve again. Hey Sherwin, welcome to the stream. If I haven't seen you before, welcome. Glad to have you, my friend. We ran into a little hangar bug and we're just trying to figure out how to deal with it. We're gonna back her out nice and slow. We are now fully repaired and I think we're gonna be okay. And we're running that F-Rite paint on our mole today. We made it. We made it out alive. There's a little glamour shot for you guys. That's what our paint looks like. A little bit different from the gray one I was running earlier. And okay, let's head back out to Arc Valeria here, and let's see if we can go find some. Let's see if we can find some Quantanium. Off we go. Now, I have to admit, I have no idea how I made it out of Arc L1 alive. I mean, this thing was getting torn up. This mole was getting torn up. I had one engine that was about to fall off. It was, you know, it just didn't look good. I think the only thing that saved me is I called for a repair right at the last second, and that might have saved me. All right, let's look for some. We're waiting for our spawn points to show up on Lyria here. Here we go. And we're looking for a good place to go mining. Definitely not the pit. There's Spal 21. The orphanage. Don't want to be near there's Spal 12. Oh, okay, there we go. We're off. Yeah, and Logos, I'm shocked I'm still alive. I'm shocked I still have a mole, honestly, after that little experience. Things got a little bit rough there for a second. But you know what? Here's what I think. I think I deserve a thumbs up just for that. Just for getting out of there alive. All right, let's look for a decent place to go do some rock mining. And once again, keep your velocity low when going into Lyria. High gravity moon. You will bounce your mole off the bottom of the... You will hit the moon if you're not careful. Logos Veritas says they left, he had 6 million and they left him a 300K, so not terrible. And for those of you who didn't know, I had 11 million, ended up with 500. And it sounds like they're going to give us all $1 million later this week, because we had a bunch of folks complaining on Spectrum, and I mean a lot. I mean, it was an absolute wine fest. Threads of 100 plus posts long, hundreds of posts complaining about how they ended up in this quandary in the first place, and it was just a mess. All right, so we're back on Lyria. We're looking for doubles. And we're taking it nice and slow coming into the atmosphere. We are in a very heavy machine. It does not slow down very well, and you will bounce off the planet if you're not careful. Keep an eye on that altimeter. Notice we're at 6,000 feet right now. And we're just looking for some nice orange speckled rocks. And if you just joined us, welcome to AlphaInfinity Tech. We're live on the rocks. And if I have not said hello to you yet, please let me know. Oh, look what I just found. Look what I just found. Oh, that is gorgeous. Look at that. We're in the money, folks. Look what I just found. We found ourselves a Quantanium field. Now, before anybody gets their hopes up, I'm going to tell you that there's probably only going to be one good rock in all of this. But hey, I'll take it. And right on cue, there's our porn spam again. And Ginger Bomb, I want to thank you for taking care of that for me, please. I appreciate your efforts there. I know it's not a glorious job. And so we are headed into a quantanium field of 5 to 6 rocks as we speak. We're just taking it nice and slow, keeping our energy under control. And for those of you who just joined us, we're mining on Lyria tonight. And we found a nice field of quantanium rocks. Look at this. This is beautiful. This is what every miner wants to see right here. Look at all those returns coming back, guys. 1. Look at this. Coming in nice and easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rocks. All right, we're gonna turn on our lights here since we are kind of mining in the dark. And we're gonna start scanning. Like I said, don't get your hopes up though. It's not like we're gonna have a bunch of high content rocks here, but at least there's a good chance we're gonna have 1. Instability on this one's 432. And as you'll notice that it's not going to be a high amount of quantanium. Let's see if we can get the quantanium scan back here. Okay, so that's a 9% rock right there, folks. Look at that. I got my headlights on here so I can see what I'm doing. We're on Lyria. We're kind of on the dark side. We're headed into the dark. Instability is 359 on that particular rock, so that's going to be not a great one. Let's see what we got over here. Quantanium fields do exist on Lyria still, but they're just not going to put out as much. They're just not going to have as much quantanium quantity in them as they used to be. You know, usually you'd find 2, 3 decent rocks here. And you'll notice here that my instability on these is in the 3 range, but there will be hopefully 1 good one in here. 265 instability, 2% rock. But that's the way they've chosen to do it these days. Okay, so that's going to be a 14% raw rock right there. And this is a 4 instability, so this will be a 2%er. So we have a whole field of quantanium here, and there's really just not a whole lot going on here. 5%. I'm gonna back up a little bit, make sure I didn't miss anything. I mean, I could crack a couple of these and maybe take home a sort of a decent haul, but I don't know if any of these are worth it. Maybe that 15%er might be worth a little bit of money. All right, so that's a 4% quantanium raw rock. So it appears as though we don't have a lot in this field, and that is the way things are now. Like a field like this, you would have gone home with 40, 50 SCUs of quantanium, but now you got a 9% rock right there, and that might have been the best rock in the field. Let me see. I thought maybe there was. You have a 9% rock right there. You have a 5%er right there. You have a 2% rock right there. And a 14%er. There's a 14, okay. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and go after 2 of these. I'm gonna crack the 9 and the 14. What do you guys think? Should we crack the 9 and the 14 and take them home, or should we look for more? Give me your feedback in chat. Let me know. Guys, the rest of these are no good. No bueno. But yeah, in a previous mining life, a field like this, you would have taken home 40, 50 SCU of Quantanium. But today, it's not like that anymore. And Ginger Greg says the situation seems to me where an expanse would work well. Break them all and not have to worry about a timer. Just put it on the expanse and keep going. Yeah, that's a good point. It looks like we have somebody in the neighborhood. And Logos Veritas says you could go either way. You might not hit a field for a bit. So we have a 14% rock right there. And Heathen01 says let's crack them. All right, well, let's crack them. Why not? So just to make sure we got a 14% right there, I just want to recheck these one more time. 14 for... I thought we had a 14 and a 9. Yeah, there's the 9 right there. All right, let's go ahead and get to cracking then. So, folks, we are in the mole tonight. And what we're going to do is we're going to snuggle up to this guy right here. And you are absolutely correct. It's not the biggest payout. But it's better than nothing. And there's our Quantanium field. And like I said, in previous versions, this would have been a 40 to 50 SCU easy. Maybe more. But now, things have changed. All right, so we're going to line up our mole just right here. We're going to put the first rock at about 70 meters. And then we're going to pitch up a little bit. That way we give our mining head plenty of room to maneuver. All right, and we'll get into, we're in VTOL mode. We got our lights on. And we are back on Lyria. And look how beautiful the sunset is on Lyria, folks. Absolutely gorgeous. It's amazing that they've done this. All right, let's go check our placement of our mining head. I'm just going to pop down into the front mining head real quick and just make sure that we're okay. And we'll enter the mining turret and we'll make absolutely certain that we have the yeah, nope, I didn't position us quite right, so I need to back it up and position us a little bit better, and then we'll get started on cracking these rocks. And what we're going to do is we're going to break them both up, both the 15%er and the 9%er, and then once we've broken them up, we'll start collecting. We're not going to be able to collect both at the same time, unfortunately. We're going to have to reposition because of the distance, but that's okay. And here we go. All right, so the rock that we want is right below us. And I'm just gonna go all the way out here, make absolutely certain that the one I want right here is at 125 meters. Yep. So we're gonna get a little bit low, and we're gonna come up and snuggle up to it a little bit. And then I'm gonna pitch up when we get to about 70 meters. There we go, we're gonna pitch up. But not too far. And it takes a little bit of practice in the mole when you're solo mining. And now we'll go change and we'll go see what we got. And while we're waiting here, if you don't mind giving me a thumbs up on the live stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. And of course, check out my channel and my videos. And if you like what you see, please give me a thumbs up and a sub. We're out here mining on Lyria tonight. We're live on the rocks with AlphaInfinity. Here we go. There we go. Much better placement. All right, so we have a 14% Quantanium raw rock. We have a mass of 5723, so that's not going to be a terrible haul. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and throw a surge on it just to speed up the process here. And we're going to bring up the power. There we go. Throw the charge level up. And, you know, with this mass, we should be able to handle this rock by ourselves. We shouldn't need any help here. We'll be nice and patient and bring that charge level up slow. For those that don't know, you cannot overclock your mining head, as far as I know, on the mole, like you can on the prospector. So you just throw a surge at it, bring up your charge level into the green. Unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with some of these server desyncs where you're bouncing around a little bit, but it's not unmanageable. And look at that. We're going to crack this guy here in just a minute. We'll save the brants for the fragments. We don't want to use the brants on the main rock structure here. The fragments have been a lot more unstable than the main rock has. And so as you can see, I have a focus in slot 1, a surge in slot 2, and a brant in slot 3. And I think I'm going to change that up when I get back to the station. I'm probably going to go with a brant in slot 1, a surge in slot 2, and then maybe something else to speed up the extraction in slot 3. All right, here we go. We're into the optimal now. Looking good. You see, I'm not changing the power level too much. I mean, there's not a lot of mouse play going on here. And things are looking good. So hopefully between the two rocks, we'll be able to pull 20 to 30 SCU out, maybe. There she goes. And that's going to be a good fragment right there. Once again, Brant's in slot 3, so we'll use that once we get into the optimal here. And as you guys will see, it's going to bounce around more than it usually would. Just makes things a little bit more difficult. All right, and if you just joined the stream and I haven't given you a shout out on the stream and you want me to say something, say hello to you, just say something in chat. And we are looking good on Lyria tonight. We are in the mole. We've upgraded the quantum drive and we've upgraded the shields. And there goes our first crack. And that one's not going to be worth cracking. It's going to be all barrel. Yeah. Let's just keep moving along here. I can tell before, yeah, and that one's not going to be worth it either, just because of the size of that optimal window. If it's too thick, it's not worth cracking. And there's usually not going to be any Quantanium in there. Okay, that one's going to be worth it, so let's go ahead and get a charge into that one. And I have a poll question in live chat. Has 317.2 been stable for you? Looks like 78% of you say yes. So if I were the developers over at RSI, I think I'd be pretty happy with that number. Especially considering that we're now playing on instances with 70, 80, 90 players. Which I personally like. I like having more, I like the universe that's more crowded. You know, instead of occasionally running into one person every once in a while. Alright, we're trying to keep that charge into the optimal window. We're doing the best we can. Oh, we got too far in. I'm going to go ahead and throw a brand on this one. And that's why the laser sounds different now, is because we have a brand activated. Just because this shard is being a little bit more frisky than we like. And here we go. And we are giving away a prospector once we get to 1,500 subs on the YouTube channel. All right, there goes that crack right there. We're in good shape there. I think we only have one more that we might be able to crack here. That one's not worth it. Maybe this one. Nope, that one's not worth it. And it looks like we're done with this rock. We're going to reposition. I'm just double checking these shards just to make sure that we don't have any Quantanium shards sitting out there. All right, looks like we're done with this rock, so let's go ahead and reposition and break up the other one. We're getting pretty close to our 1500 sub goal. We're 88% in. And the prospector that we're giving away is going to be one that persists through database wipes. It'll be a pledge prospector. All right, we have cracked our first rock here. And now we're going to look for that second one. We'll reposition. Okay, that's the 4%er right there. And that is the 9%er right there. So we'll go ahead and crack that one next. Taking it nice and easy, folks. And once again, we're going to get within a few meters, 70 meters or so, and then we'll pitch up. And sometimes if you want to take a look at the outside just to help you gain orientation, that's always a good idea. A little bit closer, right about there. Should be good. All right, let's go ahead. We have our machine in VTOL mode. You'll notice that I have all of my power allocated to shields. And the reason I'm doing that is just in case somebody decides to punch me in the mouth while I'm sitting on a rock. And it has happened before. All right, let's see if I position myself well or I didn't. Yep, we were okay. All right, let's go ahead and get the party started. And once again, I'm just going to go ahead and bring my power all the way up. And we're going to throw a surge into this thing right away. Just to bring up, just kind of move things along faster. We don't have to do that on a rock with this mass, but you know, it kind of speeds up the process a little bit. And we are solo mining in the mole on Lyria, and you are with AlphaInfinity on the rocks live. And Gartella Gaming says the outside lights look cool. Yeah, I mean, it's just gorgeous what they've done here. You know, despite the fact that I almost died in the hangar, despite the fact that I've been killed by elevators 50 million times, despite the fact that I've blown up coming into orbit to do a quant run down to the Trade and Development Center, it's that kind of beauty. It's those graphics that just keep me coming back. And I know the game is going to get better. And I'm not a fanboy. For those who watch my YouTube channel, you guys know that I was gone from the Star Citizen universe for 5 years. 5 years. I was so frustrated. And then I came back and I realized how much progress they'd made despite still being in alpha. I decided to get in, and now I'm in. And I like it so much, I'm creating content, trying to help other players, and having a blast doing it. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got here. Now, once again, I'm not even going to let the scan complete on that because I know, just based on the shard, that one's a bad one. Yeah, see that? Whenever you have a thick optimal window like that, you are absolutely not going to get Quantanium out of that shard. Greg says lights on the laser head would be nice. I totally agree with you. It'd be nice to see what I'm doing here. And it looks like the one shard we need is going to be underground. So I'm going to break this one up so we can get to it, and then I'm going to have to reposition. Because that shard is currently underground, and that, of course, is blocked by this guy right here. So we're going to break it. We'll stay out of the overcharge window so that we don't blow up our Quantanium or make it inert, even worse. And we'll see if we can move enough rocks out of the way to get to that 9% Quantanium shard. Okay, let's see if we can get to it yet. And it's not looking good. Okay, let's see if we can break one of these. I'm gonna break a couple of these shards real quick, see if we can get these out of the way. We still have one that's buried. And look how fast Ginger Bomb deleted that thing. That's amazing. Quick on the draw. Great job in chat. Thank you very much. Beautiful, just beautiful. I saw him pop up and she already had him deleted. All right, here goes this shard right here. Let's see if we can get that out of the way. And I have another shard right here that I can't quite get my mining laser on. So what we're going to do is I'm going to reposition real quick. I'm going to move back just a little bit. And Zacaster 1981 says, sometimes it's a piece of work. I keep having to relog because cell terminals keep locking up. Yeah, like I said, it happens, but let me just once again give you guys an outside view of the ship. Look how gorgeous that is, folks. I mean, unbelievable. All right, let's back this up a little bit. Okay, so there's all my shards right there. And I'm just going to pitch up just a little bit. Not too much, though. Yeah, I think some of the terminals are being flaky, and that's okay. They have a few things to resolve. Now, there's a rumor that 318 is going to be coming pretty soon. Like, the tempo of the release is going to happen quite a bit faster. I don't know if that's truth or not. I guess we'll find out. Ginger Bomb says, yeah, it's a mining ship. All right, we're positioned a little bit better now. Let's see if we can get to that piece that we want to get to. There she is. Let's see if we can get some energy into it. Still not looking like it's quite right. So this will happen. Whoa. I found a spot right there. So we're going to keep it right there. And you guys saw how fast the energy came up on that one. You want to be really careful right there. Hopefully I have a charge left in the Brant. There we go. And sometimes when these things are underground, you just have to find a little piece sticking up above ground and go after it. All right, we got our Brant activated. We're in the optimal window right where, oh no, and then a server desync happens. Okay. Let's see if we can get this thing broken up without blowing up. Ginger Bomb says it's a rumor and probably 4 months out. And you know what? I'll be honest with everybody. I hope it is 4 months out, because once they announce that something's coming soon, I mean, especially if they're doing another wipe. All right. I think we are done here. But let's check this shard right here. Okay, so like I suspected, that one is going to be mostly useless stuff. And so we're going to scan these here. But what are you doing in a Star Citizen? You're trying to build wealth, you're going on missions, you're trying to get paid. And if you think that that payment is going to just disappear in a month, then you probably won't spend as much time doing it. So if it is 4 months out, I'm happy about that. All right, we are in Lyria tonight, mining for Quantanium. We found a Quantanium field of 7 rocks or 6 rocks, and we're dealing with the new reality in 317.2 that most of these fields are not that great. So I'm just going to scan these real quick, collect what we can collect. And then we're going to go get our other stuff and get back. That's 100% Quantanium raw right there. All right, we're collecting, folks. Here we go. We're gonna collect as fast as we can right here, and then we're gonna go get on the bigger rock, the 15%er. And as always with the mole, you have 96 SU of cargo space. You don't have to be picky. Just get what you can get. You do have a little bit of flexibility. You don't have to be so picky. And notice we have nothing coming in off this one, so I'm going to try and get the one above it. Cartella Gaming, really glad to have you on the stream, my friend. Thank you so much for sticking with us. This one looks like it's underground partially, so I just have to find a decent place to extract it. And there it is right there. All right. And I'm not seeing that Quantanium raw come up too much on any of these, so I think what I'm going to do now is I think that's all we're getting out of this rock is 6. I'm just going to double check these real quick, make sure that that counter doesn't go up at all. Sometimes you got to be careful though, because you might have one rock hiding underneath another. And so we're up to 10 total collected, but 6 of it is Quantanium. And we're server desyncing a little bit, so we're bouncing around a little bit here. And I think that's about all we're going to get out of this rock. There it goes. That's the last piece right there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to hightail it back up to the cockpit, and we're going to go collect that other rock real quick. And try to do so before we blow up, and then God help us, we're going to head back to ARC-L1 and hope that we don't blow up in the hangar because of the weird hangar stuff going on right now. Alright, so we're going to climb back into the pilot seat. We're going to reposition our mole. We're solo mining in the mole, folks, so you got to do what you got to do, right? And we're going to go get our other rock here that we broke up. And we're just going to back it up. Get a little bit of altitude going so we don't smack into something else. And there they are right there. Let's go get them. And we're into our countdown timer, so we don't want to spend too much time fooling around here. All right. Oof, we really want to slow down. Okay, we're gonna back it up a little bit. Okay, that should be pretty good right there. Let's go ahead and get back into our mining head, and we're gonna run because we are into our countdown timer. And even though we have an upgraded quantum drive, you still don't want to mess around. And hopefully I positioned ourselves just right. And Gartelic, have a good night, man. All right. Here's our fragments right here. I'm just gonna not be picky. We're 11 minutes into our countdown timer now. And I'm watching that Quantanium counter. And like I said, I'm not being picky. I'm just picking up everything I possibly can. We're getting a lot of inert materials. There's a nice little fragment right there. And if I don't see that counter start going up really fast, then I just move on. And that's how we do it. So between these two rocks, we'll probably end up with about 25%, which will get us at about 200,000 after our refinement costs. And that's not a terrible run, Deliria, but I've seen a lot better. Things are getting scarce these days. All right, we're getting down into the 12-minute range on our countdown timer, so we want to kind of move things along here. Just make sure that that counter doesn't go up. Yep, looks like it's staying pretty static at the moment. Make sure we don't have any more fragments here. Nope, we're done. All right, that's it, folks. And off we go. And I'm going to put up another poll here in just a few minutes. I'm fascinated. I mean, they've been advertising the Polaris like crazy, and I'd really like to know which one of you is going to go out and buy the RSI Polaris. I'm not quite sure what its purpose is. I know it's got really beefy torpedoes, but all right, out of VTOL mode and spin up our quantum drive. Not run into the side of the mountain. Add power, and let's get moving. It's going to put us out to OM3 first, and then we'll have to realign and head out to ArcL1, which would normally be a pretty routine process, but those who've been on the stream know that ArcL1 is anything but routine for me tonight. All right, here we go. And if we bounce around in the hangar like that with a hold full of 22 SCU of Quantanium, we are definitely going to die. So whatever hangar bug is going on, I hope it doesn't happen to me this time. And if you like our stream, please give me a thumbs up. Check out my YouTube channel. Lots of helpful videos there. How to mine, how to earn back income after a wipe, how to configure your prospector, how to configure your mole, how to delete a crime, how to erase your crime stat. Lots of interesting stuff on the channel. And here we go. We are headed back to ArcL1. After mining on Lyria, we found a Quantanium field of 7 rocks. We were only able to get a 9%er and a 14%er. And look at the cooldown on this military quantum drive. Absolutely gorgeous. And it spools and calibrates before it even cools down. What a deal. All right, here we go. All right, and let's align with the station. There she is. And let's go ahead and increase power, and we're going to haul back to ArcL1 here. I think I'm going to go ahead and try and just spool and quantum back to it. There we go. Save us a little bit of time there. We'll put our prediction indicator above the station, and then once we get into range, we'll ask for permission to land. And pray for me, folks, because last time I was in a hangar on ArcL1, it wasn't pretty. It really wasn't pretty. And I'm telling you, if it does that while I have a hold full of Quantanium, it's going to be a bad night. All right, here we go. We'll wait for that ATC, and meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and start the decel. Don't want to come in too hot. And here is our beautiful Argo mole. And we'll just wait for that contact ATC thing to pop up on the screen, and then I'll just hit my button on Game Glass here. By the way, if you haven't seen Game Glass, check out my Instagram feed.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
I have a picture of what the iPad looks like. A nice little screenshot there. Okay, we're going to do a little decel maneuver here. We're going to put our thrusters to our 6. And then, there we go. All right, let's get our gear out. Let's get our VTOL down. And let's head in nice and easy. Nice and easy, folks. And we're going to go ahead and turn on our lights. There's our landing bay. Doors are coming open. And I guess the most important thing is just make sure your landing gear are positioned properly, which I've done 1,000 times, but apparently I had a problem with it last time. And here we go. Will we make it? Won't we? Are we going to blow up? Is our mole going to decide to do the happy dance inside the hangar? Let's find out. We did make it back for our volatile cargo warning, so that's always nice. All right, I'm just going to go into an external view and cheat a little bit. Okay, there's our volatile cargo warning. Set her down nice and gentle. There we go.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Okay, killing the power. Backing out. I feel like it's bouncing already, but I could be wrong. Let's find out. And this apparently is a little bug that's in 317.2 where the hangar, there's just a little bit of instability there that makes things nice and interesting, especially if you're a Quantanium miner with volatile cargo on board. Nothing like seeing your ship bounce around on the pad or in the hangar. Okay, I think we're gonna be okay this time. Let's make a run for it. Well, as fast as you can run with a huge backpack on. We have the beautiful cherry colored gray cat suit on tonight. All right, let's get our mole stored and see what our output's gonna be at the refinery tonight. James Smith that gave me a fingers crossed, and he said it looks stable so far, and I would agree. Let's go ahead and get it stored. And we have a stored mole. Let's go down and see if our cargo made it one piece. And it's probably time to hydrate anyway. Time to eat, actually. There we go. Keenan, lots of bucks for what it is, I'm sure. And let's go ahead and take a look at what our Lyria run did. So for those that just joined, we had a 15% rock and a 9% rock. Out of 7. The rest were 2s and 5s. And that seems to be the way things are in Lyria these days. If you run into a quant field, it's probably going to be a bunch of low percentage rocks.
Hi, good to have you back.
And okay, we got 3 work orders in process. All right, let's set up our work order here. 2184 of Quantanium. You know, I'm not gonna complain about that. That's not horrible. And after fair and exchange, we'll only lose a little bit of that, so our yield will be pretty good. Yeah, 1060. Sorry, 2074. It'll take 17 hours. And then that's it, folks. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, let's go ahead and grab something to eat real quick.
Hey, back again, I see. Welcome.
Go ahead and take our helmet off. Might as well grab some water too while we're at it. And I do have some in my backpack that I'm taking with me, but since we're down here at the refinery, might as well take care of business anyway. There we go. That way our little star citizen here is fully fully hydrated and happy. And there we go. That should put us at 100%, and it did. Now we just need to make sure and put our helmet back on. And there we go. And notice we have 2 in the backpack here. And that is mining on Lyria, folks. And what we're going to do now is we're probably going to take a look at our prospector and maybe do one more belt run before calling it a night. Hopefully the belt cooperates. Logos Veritas, as always, thanks for sticking with us. Glad to have you on the stream. And you have a great night, my friend. All right, we're all hydrated up. We have a happy little Star Citizen here, so let's go ahead and grab the prospector real quick. And let's try a belt run out to Hurl 5. We're waiting on the VRS here to put our, there we go, hangar 2. And maybe what we'll do is I'll pull up the Aaron Halo to mining routes map here. Once we get into the prospector. And we're running the beautiful Aphorite skin on our prospector. And here we go. And we'll kind of walk through the map real quick and we'll pick a spot. All right, let me get the Aaron Halo mining routes up here for us. And let me get that page up for you guys. Okay, so for those that are new, we want to be in band 5. It is really important that we mine in band 5. So what we're going to do is in order to end up in band 5, you want to make sure that you come out of Quantum at the right moment. And here's the ArcL1 refinery where we're at right now. And these are the distances for band 5 right here. This is where you're going to drop out in order to be in band 5. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to try maybe for Crew L5. Let me take a look at the map here, see how far out we are. There's Arc L5, there's Crew L5 right there. And that is further than my quantum drive will take me, which is okay, because if we look at the Crew L5 run here, what we want to do to end up in band 5 is we want to drop out at 39,461,000. So we're only going 6 million kilometers. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. So those that are new to mining, that's how it's done. Now, if you look at my map here, don't freak out when you see that I have not enough fuel to make it to Crew L5. We're not going to Crew L5. We're going to the Halo, and we only need to go a few million kilometers. So we are ready to roll. All right, let's go ahead and get those doors open, get powered up. Once again, to end up in band 5 at Crew L5, you want to drop out at 39,612,000 kilometers. Let's make sure we get refueled here. There we go. And we'll wait for our refueling notifications to disappear, and then we'll get moving. And if you join the stream and I haven't said hello to you and you want me to, just say something in chat and I'll give you a shout out live on the stream here. All right, we're still repairing. And there's our beautiful Aphrodite skin right there on the Prospector. Hey Steven, welcome back to the stream. We just got done on Lyria. We're headed back out to the belt one last time. And this time we're headed to Crew 05 to do some belt mining. Alright, let's get out of VTOL here. And we'll get our drive spooled up. And we have a pretty good drive in this one as well. Okay, so Crew 05 is 45 million kilometers away, but once again, we're looking for band 5 in the belt. So what we're going to do is we're going to drop out at 39,461,000 kilometers. That should put us in band 5. So we're only really going at 6 million kilometers. This is actually the shortest mining route in the Aaron Halo from ArcL 1. And so we'll keep a close eye on our distance here. And we're running a quantum drive in this Prospector that's roughly 2.5 times faster than the stock one. And we do that for a number of reasons: faster cooldown, faster spool time, faster calibration time, and overall velocity, of course, much faster. Because we don't want to spend all our time in quantum, we want to spend all our time in the belt. All right, we're getting close here. Once again, 39,461,000 according to our chart here. And we are almost there. Went a little bit too far. I couldn't drop out of quantum fast enough, so let's go ahead and turn this ship around. We went about 20 to 30,000 kilometers too far. And so what they're saying is we should be about 5,706,000. So we're about 50,000 kilometers too far here. There we go. That looks better. Keenan, thank you for staying with us on the stream, my friend. Have a great night. And hopefully we'll see you again soon. All right, let's get the mining head out here. Let's start doing some scanning. Let's see if we can find some Q types. There's a P type. And I'm just going to stay still right here. And I'm going to scan all these opportunity markers. M. If they disappear on you, just take your scanning FOV back out to 179 degrees. They'll reappear again. Move your scanning FOV back to 2. And there you go. And we got a non-scannable on that one. I don't know if we can hit this guy out at 12.4 kilometers. We'll move a little bit if we have to. Yeah, not quite there yet. And that is another non-scannable right there. Let's go ahead and check some of these out. We are in band 5. So as you can see, the map works out pretty well. That's an E-type asteroid right there. We're not here for E-types, folks. We're looking for Qs, like that one right there. Let's go see what we can see. So that's got an instability of 2.59, and as you know, that's not going to get us much of anything. All right, so let's limit our velocity here a little bit, so say about 170 or so. And let's get that mining head back out and keep looking. And for those who are unfamiliar, the reason we want to be in band 5 is because that is where the highest density of asteroids is, and the higher the density of asteroids, the better chance you have of running into your Q-type asteroids, which are Quantanium. Alright, there's an E. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and point into the sun here so I'm not rescanning the same opportunity markers that I did in the past. There's a double right there. Unfortunately, that is a non-scannable return. So we're gonna head directly into the sun here. That's an E-type right there. Now, one thing about heading into the sun is you want to make sure that you are always scanning. You scan a lot more than you normally would. And the reason you want to do that is so you don't run into something because you're blind. Okay, there's an E-type right there. And we'll just point right into the sun again, get our velocity up, and start looking for more markers. And we are out in the air in Halo tonight. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream. Welcome to On the Rocks with AlphaInfinity. I had to explain to my better half why I call it On the Rocks. I thought it was kind of cute, but she didn't get it. But all of you Scotch drinkers out there, every last one of you Scotch drinkers will know exactly why it's so cute. Anyway. Okay, that is a P-type asteroid, so we're just going to keep pointing into the sun here. We are in band 5. In the air in Halo, headed out towards Crew 05. And we're just going to keep heading in that direction until we run into something worth looking at. And we have a triple non-scannable right here. James Smith, you're a Scotch drinker, so obviously you got it. Well, and it's not necessarily just for Scotch either. I'm sure there are other types of alcohol that you put on the rocks. All right. And by the way, those have stuck with me through the stream tonight. You guys are awesome. I mean, I can't even tell you how much I appreciate you. I really want to thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Ooh, that's a big asteroid right there. Ginger Bomb says she's a Grey Goose on the Rocks girl herself. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be Scotch. Alright, so we're just going to keep our nose pointed towards the sun and we're going to keep heading in. We are in band 5. This is where we want to be. I have not done a ton of mining out at Crew 05, but hey, we're checking it out, folks. All right, here we go. And Steven Schofield, maybe not a Scotch drinker myself, but work in a bar or restaurant and get it. Yeah, if you work in a bar, you definitely get it. Oh, so I'm keeping the sun at the front just because it's a point of reference. Sometimes, you know, some people are like, well, why don't you just, you know, set a destination on the star map and fly towards that? Well, it's because sometimes that yellow arrow can kind of get washed out with these opportunity markers. And that's no fun. So I got more non-scannables coming back that direction. Let's check these guys out. And once again, if I get a bunch of non-scannables that come back, I am not going to mess around. I'm just going to log out and log back in. But as you can tell by the density here, this is why you want to be in band 5. There's a Q-type. Let's go check it out. maybe 2, possibly. Let's go see what we got here, folks. You know, in the belt, I really believe in the belt you have a higher chance of pulling in 32 FCU loads than you do on Lyria at the moment. And Steven Schofield says he's a gin on the rocks type of guy. There you go. Me personally, I like a good Dalwhinnie or maybe a 30-year-old. But I'm not a heavy drinker. I only drink maybe once or twice a year. And only when I'm around my brother. You know, he just gets that kind of reaction out of me. I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy, I gotta have a sip of something. All right, let's see. We got a 355 on instability with a resistance. So as you guys know, whenever you see a 355 instability, you know that that is not going to be a high, and that high mass, or it's not going to be a high rock on composition. So you have a 2%er, and you have probably another 3 or 4%er. Yep, 2%er and a 2%er. However, since we scanned out in this direction and came across a couple, I'm gonna keep scanning in this general direction and see. Oh, what is this? What is this up here? Looks like more non-scannables. I wonder if this is Quantanium. And Heathen01 says he's a whiskey guy himself. Ginger Bomb says amen to whiskey. Yeah, for some it's scotch, for some it's whiskey, for some it's vodka. And I know a bunch of hardcore bourbon guys too. Big time into the bourbon. Like they take vacations to go sip bourbon. Anyway. And James says he's pretty straight and narrow. He gets it. Okay, more non-scannables right here, but we're getting closer. We're making progress, folks. We are going to find a decent rock. We're going to crack it. All right, let's see what we got here. That's an M-type asteroid right here, but we are in band 5. I mean, this is the dense as it gets. There's an E-type. There's our porn bots right on time. All right, let's see what we can do about that. I know Ginger Bomb's all over it because she's my helper, and I really appreciate her for it. Okay, we got a triple non-scannable out that direction. Let's check these returns at 3,000 meters above us here real quick. More non-scannables at 3,000 meters. Looks like we had a couple pop to our starboard here. Let's see what's going on with that. Looks like we got a rock right here, but I don't think I can get a return off of that. There's 2 more right over there. Just want to make sure I'm not flying by any fields here. That's not a Quantanium rock anyway. All right, let's scan over here. Okay, we got a big field of something that we can't scan. All right, we'll just keep heading into the sun and scanning, folks. We'll find something soon enough. And Steven Schofield says that he tends to spend most of his time mining on Aberdeen. He asks us if he has better odds elsewhere. Somebody who wants to do some, who does mining in that neck of the woods, want to answer that question? Okay, those were true non-scannables. Those are just, those are worthless rocks. Okay, another set of non-scannables here. We'll point back into the sun, bring our FOV back out to 179. And Heathen01 says Aberdeen has not been great for me lately. And for those that just joined, we are mining out in the belt. We are in band 5 near Crew L5 tonight. Running into a few non-scannables. I may log out and log back in here in just a minute if I keep running into this problem. And we're pointing directly into the sun, so we are scanning like crazy to make sure that our prediction indicator is not painted on a rock. We don't want to plant our mole into the side of an asteroid tonight, or sorry, not our mole, our prospector. Okay, there's a Q-type out there. Let's go investigate. And so we're going to go investigate this Q-type, see what we can see. Mass of 4931. Could be a good rock. But let's see what that instability number comes back as real quick. We're going to keep hitting it with a scan until it provides us what we want. That's a 433 rock. Let's make sure there's not one right next to it. Nope, doesn't appear to be. Okay, we'll keep on keeping on. And I don't even have to get a composition back on that rock to know what it is. If your instability is not in the 7 or 8 range on a single rock, then you're probably not, it's not worth your time. Greg says he's off to bed. He's getting up early. Thanks for another great stream. And good luck finding another rock. Greg, I always appreciate you, my man. Thanks for coming tonight. Really appreciate having you on the stream. And just as a reminder, you know, we do have a Discord server up. You guys can join us on Discord. I'll party up with you inside the stream, and you can go mining with me. And so the next stream, I'm going to go ahead and get that Discord link in there right away. And you guys can join me on Discord and mine with me if you want. I could always use another miner on the mole. And it's not a total waste of time. I'll give you half of whatever we pull in. All right, so there's an E-type right there. We're in band 5 looking for Quantanium, folks. And our Discord server is getting busier, but more importantly, when my streams go live, it's announced there. Anytime I post on Instagram, it shows up there as well, so you get notified. And we have a patch channel that notifies you when patches are getting ready to come out and what they're doing. So it's pulling it right off of the RSI feed, I believe. So join us in Discord. Lots of cool things happening there. All right, I'm done scanning here. I've run into a bunch of bad rocks, and so I'm gonna jump about another 10,000 kilometers in, maybe 5, and see if we can get into more Quantanium here. And look at that calibration, how fast that is. There she goes. Okay, 10,000 kilometers in. And there we go. And we'll go ahead and get the mining head out and scan some of these returns. I was just getting too many non-scannables back in that neck of the woods. Sometimes changing places in the belt helps. Sometimes changing servers helps. We're still in band 5 though. Okay, we had some M-types pop up. Nothing crazy here. but at least we're getting some returns back, so that's good. And so we're just going to take it slow. We're going to scan all these opportunity markers and see what we can see. And we are in the thick of it out here, so we should be able to find some good stuff, but it's been a while since I've been out to Crew L5. There is a Q type right there. Let's go find out what it is. And we're looking at that instability number, folks, right here. This is what we want. We want this to be in the 6 to 8 range. And so we've limited our speed to roughly 167. Really no reason to fly any faster than that, especially in this dense asteroid field. And Steven, thanks for joining the Discord, my friend. Good to know. Okay, we got a 427 back on instability on that rock, so we're not going to bother with it. As you guys know, once again, if it's less than 6 to 8, not worth it. You don't have to get any closer to it. You don't have to waste your time on it. It's not going to make you a lot of money. So you might as well go and find something that does. And we got a triple return back right there, double maybe. But it's just not going to give me any it's not going to give me a type back, so we're going to move on. And that's going to be another triple that doesn't come back with anything. So if I see that one more time, I'm going to log out and log back in. Let's scan these up here and see what we got. Because we're in band 5, we should have found more Quantanium by now. Okay, that one came back with a type. And for those that don't know, you're usually going to be on with at least 60 to 70 players now. Much larger than it used to be. And so sometimes you're going to run into situations where the server is just a lot busier than it normally would be. And in 3.17.2, I mean, they've really worked on the server meshing. And so instead of playing with 20 players or 30 players, you're playing with 70, 80, 90, 100. And we are out at Crew L5 looking for rocks. There's an M type. And we're in band 5, which is by far the most dense part of the Aaron Halo. We want to increase those chances of finding good rocks. But we are dealing with a lot of non-scannables out here. Okay, got a P-type back on that one. Ginger Bomb says they have capped some servers for performance. And that's due to the active events. Okay, that makes sense to me. With active events ongoing, they want to keep that density lower, I would imagine. Okay, that's another non-scannable, so I'm going to go ahead and pop out of my chair here. And we're going to log out and log back in. And we are in the Aaron Halo and Crew L5. We're on the Arc L1 to Crew L5 Aaron Halo run. And we're getting a bunch of non-scannables, so what we're going to do is we're going to lie down in our prospector, and then we're going to log out and log back in. And Ginger Bomb says Siege of Orison is a little buggy at the moment, and Steven Schofield says the biggest server I've been on so far was 98. And he says it actually did pretty well. I'm going to pop into the, I think I'm going to pop into the EU cluster. It's early in the morning there. I don't expect a lot of people to be on this time of day. Yeah, they load tested them up all the way up to 120 players, I believe, in the PTU, and they found out that 120 was not very stable. So I think they knocked down the max to 100. All right. One thing I do like about the 316 and up world is that you can actually lay down in your prospector and log out and log back in, and you can go from Europe to Asia to APAC, or Australia as they call it, and 9 times out of 10 you'll end up back in your prospector instead of dead. So that's always a nice thing. All right, let's scan some of these and see if these come back. Okay, there's an M type, but at least we got a type back. That's good. And we were on the US servers, and now we are on the European servers. There's an M type. Yeah, we're getting types back now, so hopefully we'll have a little bit more success here. Yeah, one little secret is if you're mining and you're running into a bunch of busy servers, you know, it's 8 hours ahead right now in Europe, so it's pretty early in the morning in most parts of Europe, and so there's probably not going to be a ton of players on. I'll check the density here in just a moment. Okay, there's a Q type. Let's go investigate. You know, ultimately, I'd like to see all Star Citizens on the same server, all of them. You know, I want the universe to become a busier place. I mean, it's so big already. You know, I think we should all just play on the same server. So hopefully they can figure out how to make that happen. Unless, of course, there's actual gameplay reasons not to have a bunch of people on the same server. Now it's coming back as a P type. That's interesting. There's our Q type. Okay, that's an instability of 259, so we're not going to bother with that. And that is a Q-type asteroid. Not even going to bother rolling up on that one. That's an M. Okay, let's point back into the sun and see what we can see here. Larry Carter, really glad to have you, my friend. Thank you. All right, M type. So you guys notice I'm getting types back now most of the time. Whereas before, I was only getting them back maybe 1 out of 3. There's another M. And so what we've done is we've hopped on to the European server cluster. Early in the morning out there, not a lot of folks on, I would imagine. I'll check here in just a moment. Another M type right there. Let's go investigate and see what we got above us. When I start seeing a lot of non-scannable triples and quads, that means that something really crazy is going on. There's a P type. Okay, let's point back into the sun. We'll increase our velocity here a little bit. And we are out in the belt tonight. Welcome to On the Rocks with AlphaInfinity. We've been Delirio. We've been out in the belt. And now we're back out in the belt again. And we've run into a bunch of non-scannables, so we hopped servers here, and we're just looking for some opportunity markers in front of us, and we're gonna see if we can get on a decent rock out here. Have not been out to Crew L5 in a long time. Ethan, thank you, appreciate it. And we do have a YouTube channel, AlphaInfinity Tech, as well. Check it out, guys. If you like my videos, please subscribe and smash that bell for notifications. Okay, we got a non-scannable down that direction. Got an M-type out there. So we'll spend about 5 more minutes here, and then we're going to jump a little bit further in, maybe 5,000 kilometers. But you can tell just by the density, we are definitely where we need to be. And I had an opportunity marker at 11.6 and it disappeared on me, which is kind of weird. Okay, we're gonna roll over to our port side here. Check out these guys. More P-types. That is a non-scannable right there. And you just got to be patient out here. Okay, there's a Q-type cluster right there. Let's go investigate. Looks like 4, 5, or 6 maybe. Let's find out. Yeah, that looks like a nice cluster. Let's hopefully things out here have kind of been like they have been on Lyria though. They'll throw 5, 6, 7 rocks at you, and then only one of them will be worth anything. And Heathen says, I'm loving the music, by the way. I spin house music for fun, so I appreciate the sound. Hey, thanks for that. Yeah, it's perfect. It's perfect rock mining music, honestly. For me, anyway. For my tastes. All right, we got a Q-type cluster hanging out. Let's go find out what we have here. One of these will be worth taking home. We got a 344 on that one. Come on, somebody put out a 474. A 519, that's going to be a 15% rock. You know, if I can get a 15% and a 10, I'll go ahead and stop right here and start breaking. That's a 2. Yeah, it's going to be a 349 on instability here. And that's a 2. So I'm just going to rescan these one more time just to make sure. That's a 3. And a 2. So we have a whole cluster sitting right here. And like I said, it's a lot like it is on Lyria now. Usually you'd have 15 and a 40 and a 25. But now you have 15s and 2s. It's like they're messing with you. All right, let's keep moving. At least we know we're in the right general area here. Okay, we got an M-type sitting out that direction. I'm not going to break up 2 rocks and just for 20 SCU or 15 SCU of cargo. I know there's a 30%er out here somewhere. But I think they really, as part of this update, actually, I think once they killed the mole, I think that they made some changes to how dense the Quantanium fields were going to be, and they really ratcheted it down. They don't want you making as much money doing this as you used to. And some parts of the Air and Halo are better than others. I just like to randomly choose places to go because if I haven't been out there for a while, I like to check it out and see what it's going to produce. So fear not, we will find something. We're headed in the right direction here. I just can't believe we pulled up a 5 cluster and only a 15% rock. That was the best it was going to put out. So things have definitely changed in 317.2, whether you're out in the belt or whether you're on Lyria. And there's another cluster of something. Not sure what it is. Trying to get it to pop, but it's not going to cooperate with me. Does not appear to be Quantanium. I'm not seeing those orange flecks on there. So we're going to head out to starboard here and check out some of these. Wow, there's another 4 or 5. That. And all of these are non-scannables? You gotta be kidding me, right? Yep, every last one of them non-scannables. Wow. That's not Quantanium out there either, so let's just slow down a little bit here. Oh yeah, that's that old cluster that we've already scanned. Let's point back into the sun and get some velocity going. And we'll head maybe 5,000 kilometers in further. And if you just joined us, we're on the rocks with AlphaInfinity. We're out in Crew 05 out in the belt. And we're looking for rocks. And we're going to let all these spawn before we start scanning. Bring our FOV back out to 179 degrees. And one popped right in front of us. Let's see what that is. Apparently a non-scannable. Okay. Got us an M-type right there. And we'll just slow down and scan all these. And don't forget, we have a poll up at the top. If you guys could answer that for me, that'd be great. How stable has 317.2 been for you? Most of the people have said it's been pretty stable, so pretty good feedback so far. And we'll point back into the sun again. Looks like Crew 05 is fairly barren. But we'll keep on hunting here for another 5 minutes or so. And anytime you're pointing into the sun, you want to make absolutely certain you're scanning, because you can't see. And so You don't want to hit a rock. And we'll just try and keep that velocity up, and we'll keep on scanning here. And more non-scannables. Well, I think, folks, that I'm giving up on Crew 05 for tonight. But that's okay. We have 6 or 7 work orders stacked up now. Maybe 5. And so we had a pretty good night mining tonight. Not bad. We'll have put out, we'll probably earn 500 to 700,000 AUEC on the stream tonight. And so I think what we're going to do is we're going to head back to ArcL1. And we're going to call it a night, folks. So once again, if you like the stream, give me a thumbs up, please. And if you haven't checked out the YouTube channel, check it out. And Heathen says not a bad pull. James says nice haul. Yeah, not a bad haul tonight. Like I said, 500 to 700,000 on the stream. We did okay on Lyria. We did okay out in the belt. Sometimes you'll run out to certain parts of the belt though, and you just won't find much. And sometimes you'll run into a bunch of non-scannables due to server load, or I guess resources weren't assigned to rocks in time when they spawn, so they just don't get them. And James Smith says the poor porn bots will need to find a new stream. Yes, they will. They were just an absolute nuisance tonight. And one of the feedback I had from one of our viewers was that he was watching other streams and they were just absolutely bombarding them as well. So YouTube's got a problem. And they're going to have to find a way to solve it. All right, here we go. We're headed back to ArcL1. Watch the cooldown and the calibration on this drive. Absolutely beautiful. And already, look at that. That'll save you time on those Quantanium runs, folks. You really want to upgrade your Prospector if you can. All right, we are flying back into ArcL1. And for those of you who stuck with me through the stream, I really appreciate you. And to all my viewers and subscribers, thank all of you as well. A bunch of you have asked me about the Aaron Halo mining route, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put out a video specifically on those mining routes, how to use the map, why you want to be in band 5, and we'll talk about that on our mining video. I'll put out a new one probably later this week to help you guys out, because I'd get it. It's confusing. And Jonathan Manning, I really appreciate you, man. Thank you for joining the stream, and thank you for the good feedback. And once again, I mean, for all those that watch, I really appreciate you guys. I love doing these streams. I try to do them a couple times a week. And of course, we're always uploading new content to the YouTube channel. And once again, all of you are greatly appreciated. And I love the feedback, positive and negative. And don't forget, we do have a Discord server. If you want to join our Discord server, anytime I update my Instagram feed or that we post a new video, it's posted right there on the general channel in Discord. And of course, if you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, you'll get notified if you smash that bell. And there is our spot right there. And just as a reminder, once we reach 1,500 subscribers, we're going to give away a prospector, one that's pledged, so it will persist through these database wipes. You'll have it forever. Knock on wood. As long as the game exists anyway. Or that it, and hopefully they don't ever decide to wipe out pledged ships. I seriously doubt that happens, but it's not a ship that you buy in game. Let's just put it that way. All right. So one of our lucky subscribers will win a prospector when we reach 1,500. We're getting close. All right, we're putting down our prospector nice and gentle here. And I've learned the hard way, you need to kill power.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Because if you don't, you're going to find your ship floating in the hangar when you come back to it. And you may not be able to board it. So we went out to the belt. We went out to Lyria. We pulled in about 500,000 to 700,000 AUEC, and we had a pretty good time tonight. A little bit of a nuisance with some of the bots, but other than that, not a bad stream at all. And once again, thanks everybody, and I mean everybody, for joining. And to all of you, I really appreciate you. And we will see you again soon. So everybody, you guys have a good night. And look for us later in the week on the stream. You can always look at AlphaInfinityTech.com. I have a countdown timer there on when I'm going to do the next stream, and it's also posted in Discord as well. So we'll get our prospector stored here, and then we're going to call it a night. And so James, Larry, Jonathan, and of course Ginger Bomb, Heathen01, all the rest of you that joined, Logos Veritas. If I missed you, I apologize, but thank you, everybody. And you have a great night, and we'll be back, and we'll be cracking rocks soon.